Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Ghost Slayer. Please let me be a human being. Chapter 1. The morning sun shines through the gaps between the leaves, leaving spots of light and shadow on the ground. Aoki holds a longbow and stands sideways. His long black hair is tied up casually, he has a sturdy figure, a heroic and masculine appearance, and his black and white eyes are full of wildness. Takina carefully sorts out the messy arrows and looks up at Aoki from time to time. Amura Kazuhiko sits on a chair, lights a cigarette, takes a deep puff, and shows a satisfied smile on his face. Wisps of smoke come out from the roof of the wooden house next to him. The arrow hits the bullseye accurately. Aoki, your archery skills have improved again. Amura Kazuhiko's face is full of admiration. Aoki's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, and he put down his longbow. Master, when will we go into the mountains again? Amura Kazuhiko knocked on the pipe bowl, shook off the burnt tobacco inside, and smiled. Don't worry, wait 2 days. I'm going to the town today to buy some cigarettes, and the bow I ordered for you is ready. The bow is ready. Aoki's eyes lit up. He is now using an old bow that his master discarded. Although it can be used, it is not particularly handy. Amura Kazuhiko suggested again. Aoki, you should go with us this time. Aoki's eyes narrowed. Master, did you encounter any trouble? No. Amura Kazuhiko waved his hand and said with a smile. You have been staying in the mountains for a year, either training or hunting. You are still so young, there is no need to work so hard. There is a gathering in the town, you and Takina can go and play together for 2 days. Dad, I still have a lot of work to do. Takina raised her head, her long blue hair slid down her fair face, her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, her eyebrows were picturesque, and she was so beautiful. Aoki also said, let's talk about it next time, Master, I want to study the 2 traps you taught me before. Well, okay. Amura Kazuhiko looked regretful. Amura Raihui, wearing an apron and with a plump figure, walked out of the wooden house with a gentle smile on her face and waved to the 3 people. Come to eat. Here, the 3 people responded. As he walked forward, Aoki glanced at the system. Name, Aoki. Strength, 4. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 4. Profession, Hunter. Quality. Level, LV4 397 400ths. Skills, Hunting Instinct, Dexterity, Eagle Eyes, Boiling Blood not yet learned. Quest, none, not even a single bit of experience. Aoki shook his head secretly. A year ago, he traveled to this world. The original owner was an orphan who accidentally fell off a cliff and died while cutting wood in the mountains. After he traveled, he was rescued by Kazuhiko Amura who went hunting in the mountains, and he lived with them ever since. After his injury healed, he worshipped Kazuhiko Amura as his teacher, awakened the system and the hunter profession. After that, he basically spent all his time grinding the hunter level. The main way for hunters to gain experience is hunting. The stronger the prey, the more difficult the hunting process, and the more experience points you gain. At first, I could still gain a small amount of experience through practice, but since I reached level 3, I have no more experience from practice. Cluck. Next to the wooden house is a chicken coop separated by a fence, and 3 yellow old hens are leisurely pecking at grass seeds in it. Aoki took a look when he passed by and said, I wonder if I can get 3 experience points by killing them. I only need 3 experience points to level up. It's like there's a feather in my shoe, which makes him feel uneasy. The 3 old hens raised their heads vigilantly, but they didn't find any danger and continued to peck at the grass seeds. Breakfast is rice, miso soup, fried fish and pickled vegetables. Amura Rai is a good cook, and ordinary home-cooked meals are also very delicious. The 4 of them had breakfast together. Amura Kazuhiko took a bundle of furs and went down the mountain. Aoki continued to practice archery. Although he couldn't gain experience directly, the improvement of archery skills would increase hunting efficiency and the speed of gaining experience would also increase. The next day, Aoki was still practicing archery in the old place. Takina moved a small stool and sat next to him to tan leather. She looked up at Aoki, and then looked again. Aoki put down his longbow. Just tell me if you have anything to say. Takina's face flushed, but she didn't avoid his gaze. She said seriously, "It's not that I don't want to go out with you, but I just want to make you some clothes first. Winter is coming soon, and you don't have the right winter clothes yet." A smile appeared on Aoki's face. "Then when you make the clothes, let's go to town together." "Okay." Takina lifted a few strands of naughty blue hair and tucked them behind her ears. Aoki didn't know why his mind twitched. "Takina, do you know why the master asked us to go out together?" He wanted to slap himself as soon as he finished speaking. What was the master's idea? Of course, it was to give them time alone, so that they could cultivate their feelings. But how could he ask a girl this question directly? Takina looked to the side, her crystal ears turned pink, and she whispered, "I know." Aoki blinked. Knowing but willing means. He knew very well that both the master and the mistress wanted him to marry Takina. He could also feel that the girl did not reject him, but it was the first time that she had expressed her feelings so clearly. Aoki looked at the sky. It's almost dark, why hasn't the master come back yet? Takina glanced at him, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Maybe he was asked to stay by an old friend to drink. This situation has happened before. The mountains are not safe. Top predators such as bears and wolves are all around. Even old hunters would not go into the mountains after drinking. But the master would always say hello in advance. This thought flashed through his mind, and Aoki did not think much about it. With the master's strength, even if he really encountered a top predator, he would be able to escape unscathed. The sky in the mountains changes at any time. Suddenly, large patches of dark clouds floated in the sky, and dull thunder rolled and echoed in the clouds. In the wooden house, the dim candlelight flickered gently. Aoki, Takina and Amora Rai sat around the table, working and chatting at the same time. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and a dark shadow appeared outside. He lowered his head, his face hidden in the shadow, his hair was messy, and one hand was on his shoulder, as if he was holding something. Plop! Blood dripped down his arm and fell to the ground, turning into scarlet flowers. Aoki and the other two recognized him at a glance. This was Amora Kazuhiko. "Dad." Amora Takina stood up. Amora Rai walked quickly to the door, and asked worriedly, "What's going on? How did it become like this? What a strong smell of blood." Aoki frowned slightly, and a faint uneasiness rose in his heart. His palm subconsciously reached out to the longbow standing on the wall. Crack! Suddenly, a thunder fell, illuminating the room. Amora Rai's footsteps stopped abruptly, and Takina couldn't help but take a step back. A current rushed into Aoki's mind from his spine, and his skin was numb, and his heart almost stopped beating. Kazuhiko Amora is in his 40s, with a 2mm beard on his face. He is handsome. Although he is usually unkempt, he has a bit of a playboy temperament. He is definitely a handsome middle-aged man. But at this moment, his handsome face is covered with ferocious blue veins, and his eyes have become snake-like vertical pupils, exuding strong indifference, malice and deep greed. His mouth is full of saw-like sharp teeth, with flesh and blood remaining between the teeth, and scarlet blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. What he held in his hand was a human thigh, which was covered with bite marks. Aoki was horrified. What is this? The man at the door is definitely not Kazuhiko Amora. No, this is not a human at all. Cannibalism, zombies, monsters. I found you. Rai, Takina, Aoki, are you not happy to see me? Kazuhiko Amora licked his lips, with a strange excitement in his voice, and walked towards Rai Amora. An arrow flew like a meteor, pierced his head and nailed him to the wall. Aoki held a longbow with a cold look. Master's wife, be careful. This is definitely not Master. Shinkan Lue couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his voice trembling, with unspeakable pain and despair. It's a ghost. He is a ghost. A man-eating ghost. Ghost. Qingmu frowned. Speaking of ghosts, the first thing he thought of was the monster that the soul turned into after death. But the ghost in front of him was obviously not the kind he knew. Click. Hyeonyan Kazuhiko raised his arm, grabbed the arrow, and pulled it out of his head. Man-eating ghost, it won't die even if it is shot through the head, it looks ferocious. Japan in the Meiji period. A flash of lightning fell in Qingmu's mind. Is this the world of Demon Slayer? Before he could think about it, a black shadow suddenly pounced on him, and Qingmu only had time to cross the bow across his chest. Boom. The huge force pushed him and hit the wall hard. Aoki felt his internal organs tumbling, his back felt like it was broken, and there was a faint taste of rust in his mouth, and he was horrified. What a fast speed. What a strong power. According to his speculation, 5 points in the 4-dimensional attributes should be the limit of humans. His talent is not particularly outstanding, and the 4 dimensions only reach 4 points. The intelligence can reach 5 points because when the hunter is upgraded to level 2, he is given 1 free attribute point. He wanted to see if intelligence is equivalent to IQ, so he added it to intelligence. The facts proved that it is not. Amora Kazuhiko has at least 6 points of strength. He is completely crushed by his 4 points of strength. I'll kill you first. Amora Kazuhiko has a grim expression, and his hands are constantly exerting force. Creaking, the longbow pressed on his chest and gradually sank in. Aoki could clearly hear the groaning of his chest and ribs under the heavy burden. No, can't stop it. His strength is too strong. His body is going to break. At this moment, bang, a stick hit hard. Amora Kazuhiko tilted his head, his body tilted involuntarily, and his movements slowed down. He turned his head in anger. Takina breathed quickly. Her pretty face was filled with fear, but she had no intention of retreating. Her eyes were wide open, she clenched her silver teeth, and swung the stick again. Let go of Aoki. Bang! Amora Kazuhiko easily caught the stick with his right hand, his face was ferocious, and his murderous intent was revealed. If you want to die, then I will. Boom! Before he finished speaking, he flew out, knocked over the tables and chairs, and fell hard to the ground. Aoki put his feet down, took a breath, and said quickly, Takina, master's wife, you leave first, leave this to me. Aoki. Amora Rai looked pale and a little at a loss. Takina did not hesitate, threw away the stick, grabbed her palm, and ran towards the back door without looking back. Don't leave. Amora Kazuhiko was anxious and turned over to get up. Aoki bent his bow and shot an arrow. He didn't need to aim at such a close distance. Drool. The arrow with a slightly blue tip pierced through Amora Kazuhiko's head and knocked him to the ground again. Amora Kazuhiko wanted to get up, but his face changed and he shook his head. Poisonous. Aoki didn't answer, but he was slightly relieved. Fortunately, it worked. In order to deal with unexpected situations, he made a few poison arrows, but he didn't expect that the first time they were used was a matter of life and death. After shooting another poison arrow, Aoki turned around and rushed towards the main gate without even looking at it. Amora Kazuhiko hammered the ground, his heart full of anger. 3 foods, but he couldn't catch any of them. You can't run away, he growled, pulled out the arrows on his body, and rushed towards the main gate. Compared with the 2 women, he wanted Aoki to die more. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the sharp sound of the air being torn apart exploded in his ears, and Amora Kazuhiko subconsciously stopped. Swish! The arrow flew past him a foot away and flew into the chicken coop next to him. 3 hens huddled together, hiding in the corner and shivering. Puff! An arrow fell from the sky and pierced them into a string. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hens screamed and struggled frantically, but the more they struggled, the bigger the wound caused by the arrow. It was quite accurate just now. How come it suddenly became a chicken-killing arrow method? Amora Kazuhiko laughed and rushed towards Aoki. Aoki ignored him and turned and ran. The 2 chased and fled, and the distance between them quickly closed. Kill 1 chicken and gain 1 experience point. Kill 1 chicken and gain 1 experience point. Kill 1 chicken and gain 1 experience point. Congratulations, you have upgraded. Hearing this system prompt, Aoki's eyes suddenly ignited with flames. Success. 3 hens actually gathered 3 experience points. The azure blue screen appeared in the field of vision. Name, Chingmu. Strength, 4. Constitution, 4. Intelligence, 5. Agility, 4. Occupation, Hunter. Free attribute point, 1. Hunter. Quality, level, LV5. Skills, Hunting Instinct, Dexterity, Eagle Eyes, Blood Boiling to be learned. Free skill point, 1. For every level up of Hunter, you can get 1 skill point, and for every level up of 2, you can get 1 attribute point. This upgrade can just gain 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. Very critical. Qingmu did not hesitate at all and directly added the attribute point to strength. In an instant, a stream of heat flowed into his body, and his muscles all over his body swelled a little. But this is not enough. The 4 skills of Hunter. Hunting instinct improves the talent of searching and identifying the traces of prey. Dexterity increases the flexibility of fingers and strengthens the ability to make and set traps, and Eagle Eyes increases vision and has a huge bonus to archery and other techniques. Blood boiling is an explosive skill that needs to be activated actively. It can greatly improve physical fitness in a short period of time, and will fall into a weak state after the explosion. When he usually hunts, he either shoots directly with a bow and arrow from a distance, or uses traps and waits for the prey to fall into the trap. He does not need much combat skills. But at this moment, facing a monster like a ghost, blood boiling is the most suitable. Learn blood boiling. Activate the skill. Qingmu took a deep breath, and his blood seemed to be ignited and boiled instantly. Boom! An unprecedented powerful force surged into his body. Crack! Silver lightning exploded between heaven and earth. Qingmu, who was running for his life, suddenly stopped and pulled his longbow to its full length. Under the illumination of the lightning, the tip of the arrow flashed a faint blue light. The last arrow, and also the last poison arrow. Boom! The arrow broke through the air. The two were less than 5 meters apart, and Amora Kazuhiko had nowhere to hide. Amora Kazuhiko did not hide either, letting the arrow pierce his head, rushed to Qingmu in one breath, and swung his arm, stabbing Qingmu's face like a javelin. Fast, swift, sharp, die, just die obediently. Humans are only worthy of being food for ghosts. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty light. Although his strength was weakened due to the effect of the poison, he didn't think it had any effect. He had seen with his own eyes how vulnerable people were in front of ghosts. Looking at the sharp claws approaching quickly, Qingmu didn't blink his eyes and leaned back suddenly. The sharp claws flashing with cold light passed by his face. At the same time, he let go of the longbow and held the hilt of the knife in reverse. Swinging his arm, the hunting knife suddenly came out of the sheath, drawing a graceful arc in the air. Puff! A string of blood beads fell in the air, and the right arm of Amora Kazuhiko was broken from the elbow. Aoki turned over to adjust his balance, then tiptoed forward, and the hunting knife swept towards Amora Kazuhiko's neck like a gust of wind. The dazed Amora Kazuhiko suddenly woke up and hurriedly retreated. But he was still a step too slow, and the hunting knife cut his throat, leaving a deep wound, and blood spurted out. If it was a human, with such an injury, unless he was in the hospital, he would basically die. But Amora Kazuhiko was a ghost, and the wound on his neck immediately began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the broken arm was also slowly regenerating. Ah! Aoki's eyes widened with anger, and he chased after him with a resolute momentum, slashing wildly with his hunting knife. He can't be allowed to recover. Comparing physical strength and recovery with ghosts, fighting a protracted war and a war of attrition, is a road to self-destruction. Amora Kazuhiko was suppressed by Aoki's momentum, retreating again and again, with more and more wounds on his body, and the healing speed gradually slowed down. How is it possible? How did his strength suddenly become so much stronger? Amora Kazuhiko's face was full of shock and confusion. Just now in the house, this guy was still very weak, and it felt like he could be killed with one hand. What happened in the past 2 minutes? As soon as he was distracted, Amora Kazuhiko was stabbed again, from his left shoulder to his ribs, almost splitting him completely. The severe pain made his expression twisted, and he suddenly stopped, and his regenerated right hand stabbed Aoki's left chest like lightning. Even if the power becomes stronger, what does it matter? The fragile human body will never be as good as a ghost. He can be injured countless times, but he only needs to seize one opportunity to win the battle. Hide. This thought subconsciously popped up in Qingmu's mind, but it was immediately suppressed. Although he seemed to have the upper hand, it was entirely because of blood boiling. He could feel that he didn't have much time. Once the effect of blood boiling ended and he fell into a weak state, he would be a piece of meat on the chopping board. Can't delay any longer. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. No matter what the cost, it's worth it. A flash of madness flashed in Chingmu's eyes, and facing the attack of Amora Kazuhiko's, he just slightly tilted his body. Puff! Amora Kazuhiko's claws sank into Chingmu's chest, and the distance from his heart was only a few inches. But his face changed and he looked up. Die! Chingmu roared, grabbed Amora Kazuhiko's arm with his left hand, and swung the hunting knife in his right hand like lightning. Puff! The huge head flew up. There was still a ferocious murderous intent on the face of Amora Kazuhiko. Aoki turned around, got out of the claws of Amora Kazuhiko, and threw the hunting knife as a hidden weapon. Puff! Bang! The hunting knife pierced into the head of Amora Kazuhiko from the side, nailing it hard to a big tree behind. Asshole! How dare you! I must kill you! Amora Kazuhiko did not die, and cursed Aoki madly, while the headless body raised his hands and rushed towards Aoki. Unfortunately, he had no vision. Aoki easily dodged, went around to the back, and kicked him hard in the leg pit. Plop! The headless body immediately knelt down. Aoki kicked him on the back again, knocking him down completely, picked up a stone next to him, and smashed it down. Crack! The right knee of the headless body was shattered, and the head nailed to the tree screamed. Aoki raised his arm again without hesitation. Thighs, arms, heart. One after another. Suddenly, Aoki's body shook, the stone in his hand slipped to the ground, and his face was as pale as paper. The blood boiling was over. The strength flowed away like a flood, and the severe pain swept over like a flood. He groaned and sweated profusely in an instant. Pain. It hurts so much. Aoki looked down. I don't know how much blood he had shed. Half of his body was stained red. We have to deal with it quickly, or he will die if he bleeds any more. He tore off a piece of cloth and covered the wound. Amora Kazuhiko's body had become a mess, but his muscles were still beating unconsciously. The head nailed to the tree stopped struggling, eyes closed, and seemed to have lost consciousness. That's all. Without the Nichiren sword, cutting the neck cannot kill the demon directly. But as long as we wait until dawn, everything will disappear as soon as the sun shines. Aoki fell silent. He completely lost himself and 8 people. The former, Amora Kazuhiko, can no longer come back. His consciousness was trance for a while, and many scenes appeared in front of him. From the deerskin boots that suddenly appeared in his vision when he was seriously injured and lying in a strange forest, unable to move, waiting to die slowly, to the scenes of the master patiently teaching him archery, making traps, and identifying the traces of prey. The last scene that appeared was the regretful sigh of the master after he was rejected yesterday when he suggested that he and Takina go on a date. Aoki stopped his chaotic thoughts. I didn't expect this to be the world of Demon Slayer. When the injury is healed, I will go find the Demon Slayer core and find a way to learn the breathing method. As a demon, I was defeated by ordinary people. A strange voice with anger suddenly sounded. Aoki's body froze, and he noticed it. At some point, a black-haired young man appeared next to the tree where Kazuhiko Amora's head was nailed. He wore a well-fitting black suit with a spotless white shirt inside. His face was as pale as paper, and there was no emotion in his plum-red eyes. He lifted up Kazuhiko Amora's head. Kazuhiko Amora regained consciousness and looked at him in horror. I'm sorry. Please give me another chance. The black-haired young man glanced at him indifferently. Bang! With a face full of despair, Kazuhiko Amora's head exploded, and blood and flesh splattered. Then it turned into black smoke with the body and quickly dissipated in the air. The black-haired young man turned his head to look at Aoki. Aoki was cold all over, and his name automatically appeared in his mind. Muzan Kibutsuji, the first demon, and the strongest demon. He was also his master, the initiator of Kazuhiko Amora's transformation into a demon. A strong sense of crisis crept into Aoki's heart. The air seemed to have turned into sticky blood. His throat was sticky and he felt like he couldn't breathe. He had thought about revenge, but definitely not now. Swish! Muzan Kibutsuji, who was just 5 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of Aoki. The sequelae of blood boiling made Aoki's head numb, and he didn't react for a while. Snap! Muzan Kibutsuji grabbed Aoki's neck and slowly lifted him up. Aoki came to his senses and grabbed Muzan's arm with both hands, but he couldn't even shake it. The gap is too big. The strength of both sides is not in the same dimension at all. How should I deal with you? Muzan Kibutsuji looked at Aoki indifferently. Aoki stopped struggling and his expression gradually returned to calm. It seems that this life has come to an end. Fortunately, Takina and Master's wife have left. Hehe, I don't know if this time I die, will I die completely, or will I continue to travel to the next world? Are you not afraid of death? Muzan Kibutsuji narrowed his eyes slightly. Aoki did not answer. Afraid? How could someone not be afraid of death? It's just that as a person who has died once, he can face it more calmly. A cold smile appeared on Muzan Kibutsuji's face. I've decided, let you become a ghost too. Over the years, he has been looking for a ghost who can overcome the sun. This human is worth a try. Aoki's face changed suddenly. Becoming a ghost, the personality will be distorted, and it will become a man-eating evil creature, which is no different from death. What worries him more is that if Takina and Master's wife come back and run into him who has become a ghost. No, can't let this happen. Puff. Muzan Kibutsuji's finger pierced Aoki's forehead and inserted into his head. Aoki's thoughts came to an abrupt halt, his expression gradually became ferocious, veins appeared in the corners of his eyes, and quickly spread to the surroundings. Let me see how far you can go. Muzan Kibutsuji loosened his palm, glanced at Aoki, and his figure suddenly disappeared. Aoki lay on the ground, his eyes rolled back, his body twitched, and a sound that was not human came out of his throat. Pa 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 pa. Raindrops as big as beans fell down, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a heavy rain. Dot dot dot. Boom. Lightning and thunder, howling wind. The cold rain hit her face, and Amurai, who had been in a daze, suddenly woke up. Takina, where are we going? I don't know, Takina said calmly. Anyway, just go in a direction far away from home. The only thing we can do is not to cause trouble for Aoki. Amurai felt a little ashamed. In a critical moment, she was far less reliable than her daughter. Don't run around. The forest at night is full of dangers, and it's raining so hard, it's too dangerous. Amurai took a deep breath and held Takina's hand with her backhand. Come with me, I remember your father built a shelter here, we can go there to hide first. The two braved the heavy rain and walked on the rugged mountain road, moving forward with difficulty. Fortunately, their physical strength is not bad. After all, living in the mountains, although there is no need to hunt, they often climb up and down, and their endurance cannot be bad. Finally, the two came to a low cave. Takina, hold on a little longer, I'll make a fire. Amurai skillfully placed the firewood. Soon, a yellow bonfire rose in the cave, dispelling the darkness and bringing warmth to the two shivering with cold. Fortunately, the supplies prepared by your father are still there, otherwise we want to make a fire. Amurai stopped suddenly halfway through her words. After a while, she forced a smile and said, Takina, take off your clothes and dry them. It's easy to get sick in wet clothes. Yeah, Takina responded. Neither of them spoke again. They sat blankly beside the campfire, letting time pass, still unable to sleep. I don't know how long it took. The two were awakened by a strange movement. Crash. The simple door made of branches blocking the entrance of the cave was suddenly moved away. Amurai blocked Takina behind her, and Takina quietly picked up a stone. Both of them looked nervous, and there was a hint of fear. In the deep mountains and old forests, in the middle of the night, it was still raining heavily. Who would suddenly come to the door? Two figures wearing bamboo hats, one big and one small, walked into the cave. As they approached the fire, their appearance became clearer. They looked 80% alike, both very beautiful, and dressed similarly, wearing a dark blue uniform with a colorful butterfly pattern feather. The tall girl took off her hat, with a gentle smile on her face, and bowed gently. I'm very sorry to bother you. My name is Kocho Kanae, and this is my sister Kocho Shinobu. We passed by here and encountered a rainstorm. I wonder if you can borrow your place to shelter us from the rain. Of course. Amurai let down her guard and shook her body. Just now she almost thought it was Kazuhiko, who followed the smell and came here. Thank you very much. Kanae Kocho and Shinobu Kocho bowed gently, put the door back in place, and sat down by the campfire. Although the appearance of the butterfly sisters was strange, Amurai and Takina were not in the mood to chat at this time. The cave returned to silence. Kanae Kocho and Shinobu Kocho looked at each other. They could all feel that the two people opposite who looked like mother and daughter were full of fear, worry, pain and sadness. There are not many traces of life in this cave, and it is obviously not a place where the two of them have lived for a long time. He probably escaped here too. They have experienced similar situations and seen more. Butterfly Kanae said softly. May I ask, have you encountered any trouble? Us. Rai Amora opened her mouth, but her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She didn't dare to think about what happened today. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I can't bear it and my spirit is about to collapse. Butterfly Kanae asked tentatively, is the trouble you encountered related to ghosts? You know ghosts. Takina suddenly raised her head. Butterfly Kanae lifted the butterfly pattern haori, revealing the long sword at her waist. My sister and I are both members of the Demon Slayer Corps, and we are responsible for fighting ghosts. Only then did Takina notice that both of them were armed. Amora Rai grabbed Butterfly Kanae's hand, not caring that she was only as old as her daughter. Tears flowed down and she almost burst into tears. Please, please, save Aoki. Butterfly Kanae's expression had become serious, but her tone was still very gentle. She patted the back of her hand gently, comforted her, and asked, don't be anxious, please make it clear. Who is Aoki? What exactly happened? Takina said anxiously. My father has become a ghost, and Aoki is fighting the ghost to help us buy time to escape. The butterfly sisters all had expressions of concentration. Things are worse than they imagined. However, the most important thing now is to save people. Please take us immediately to the place where the ghost appears. Butterfly Kanae said seriously. Well, Amora Rai and Takina were more eager than them. Butterfly Kanae kicked the branches at the entrance of the cave, carried Rai Amora on her back, and rushed into the heavy rain, followed closely by Butterfly Ninja and Takina. The world was blood red, as if it was painted with blood. There was a strange heat flow in the body, and all the pain disappeared wherever it passed. The violent killing intent filled his heart, and the bloodthirsty desire and strong hunger gradually rose in his mind. Qingmu's brain was in chaos, but he could faintly perceive that an abnormal consciousness was growing and growing. At the same time, his human emotions quickly dissipated, and his mind was gradually filled with the desire for human flesh and blood. Qingmu instinctively resisted this change, frowning and looking painful. For him, losing his independent will and becoming a demon that devours humans is more unacceptable than death. Unfortunately, he can't even commit suicide now, and only a little subconscious instinct is left to resist the transformation of his body and soul. However, this resistance is like the obstruction of an ant in front of a wheel, so powerless. Ding dong. Special blood power detected. Absorbing. The absorption of the ghost blood is complete. Congratulations on obtaining the profession, man-eating ghost. Strong resistance detected, modifying the career template. Career template modification completed. Congratulations on obtaining the career, White Walker. Aoki suddenly opened his eyes, gasping for breath, his eyes full of fear. He almost sank completely. Fortunately, the system is awesome. Muzan Kibutsuji. Aoki clenched his fists and slowly loosened them. Revenge must be taken, but not now. His emotions gradually calmed down. Aoki touched his forehead first. The hole poked by Muzan Kibutsuji had disappeared, and the horrible wound on his chest had healed. He looked to the side again. The tree trunk was bare, and the hunting knife lay quietly on the ground, with the blade submerged in mud and water. Kazuhiko Amora disappeared completely, leaving no trace in this world. Aoki was a little melancholy. I remember that this world has souls and reincarnation. I wonder if Master has successfully reincarnated. He walked over, picked up the hunting knife, and turned away. After returning home and packing up his things, Aoki soon came out again with a package in his hand. He looked around, his eyes swept over the house, the fence, the firewood in the corner, the tables and chairs in the yard, and so on. There was a moment of silence. Aoki carried the package on his back, stepped out, and soon his figure disappeared in the night shrouded by heavy rain. The rain gradually stopped, the dark clouds dispersed, and a ray of sunlight pierced the darkness. Two figures rushed into the yard like a gust of wind. Kocho Shinobu quickly observed the surrounding situation, and her young face was serious. No movement, no ghosts were found. Takina's hands were clenched white. What about Aoki? How is Aoki? Kocho Shinobu lowered her head, silent, with strong anger in her eyes. After fighting with the ghost, the body disappeared, and the result was self-evident. On the way here, she learned more about the situation. Her father turned into a ghost and ate her future husband. This matter is too cruel. Takina slowly slumped to the ground, letting the mud and water wet her clothes. Amora Raihui looked at the familiar yard with a dazed look. Kocho Shinobu frowned, her face serious, trying to search for the ghost's trace. On the way here, she actually had no hope of saving people. Too much time has passed. In a short period of time, ordinary people may still be able to fight with ghosts, but now it has been a whole night since the ghost appeared. Even a newborn ghost is almost invincible to humans who don't know how to breathe. But at least, she wants to solve the ghost, avenge the respectable man named Aoki, and prevent more people from being killed by ghosts. Unfortunately, the heavy rain washed away all traces, and they might find it difficult to track down the ghost again. Kocho Kanahui was thoughtful and gave her sister a look. Although Kocho Shinobu was a little confused, she still walked towards the wooden house. She returned to the yard with a slightly hurried pace. Here is a letter, written with, Aoki. Amora Raihui looked up suddenly, and Takina rushed over frantically, snatched the letter from Kocho Shinobu, and couldn't wait to read it. Master's wife, Takina, the ghost has been eliminated. It's not safe in the mountains, please move out as soon as possible. After moving, remember to plant some wisteria flowers at home, or sprinkle wisteria pollen, which can prevent the attack of ghosts. I'm fine, you don't have to worry, but I have some personal matters to deal with, so I have to leave, and I will visit you later. Takina was stunned for 2 seconds, squatted down suddenly, covered her face, and cried, with unspeakable sadness, pain, fear, worry and grievance in her cry. Amora Raihui hugged her and murmured, "It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive." Takina fell asleep while crying. Fearful, sleepless all night, and emotional ups and downs just now, her body and spirit have reached the limit. Amora Rai also looked listless, and with the help of the Butterfly Sisters, she went back to her room to rest. Butterfly Kanae gently closed the door and sat down on a stool in the yard with Butterfly Shinobu. She looked around and sighed, the house is beautiful, and the yard is well maintained. They must have lived a happy life before. Butterfly Shinobu didn't care about the house and the yard. She was more curious about. Sister, you said that Aoki didn't know how to breathe, so how did he defeat the demon? Kanae Kaucho had a gentle smile on her face. I don't know either, but it's not impossible to defeat a demon without breathing techniques. Didn't Mr. Baemingyu do it? Shinobu Kaucho wanted to say, Mr. Baemingyu is special, but then she thought that Aoki did kill a demon without breathing techniques. Although it was just a new demon, it was enough to prove that he was also special. It's a pity that he left, otherwise we could recommend him to join the Demon Slayer Corps, maybe he could become a pillar. Kanae Kaucho gently tapped her forehead and said lightly, Shinobu, the work of the Demon Slayer Corps is very dangerous. Unless others take the initiative to ask, we can't just recruit people. Shinobu Kaucho said, but he must want revenge too. Kanae Kaucho did not refute. Amora Rai and Takina slept for almost a day. The next day, although they were still shrouded in great sadness, the two still cheered up and made a tomb for Amora Kazuhiko first, and then started moving with the help of the sisters of Kaucho Kaucho. Let's go, Takina. Amora Rai waved. Okay, I'll be right there. Takina looked at the place where she grew up again, turned around and walked outside. They didn't bring too much luggage. First, it was inconvenient to carry, and second, they were looking forward to returning here one day. For Amora Rai and Takina, this is their home. When Aoki finishes his business, they plan to return here to live. Dense stalactites hang from the top of the cave, and the cold river water washes the rock wall. Splash! A nimble figure jumped out of the river. Qingmu stroked his hair, shook off the water droplets, and changed into clean clothes. This is a cave he accidentally discovered when he was hunting with his master. The damp and dark environment is terrible for humans, but it is the most suitable hiding place for ghosts. Leaving Takina and his master's wife was a decision he made after careful consideration. His life in the future will definitely not be peaceful. In order to avoid bringing danger to them, the best way is to keep a distance from them. Qingmu lowered his head and looked at the reflection on the water. His face has hardly changed compared to before, but his eyes have become golden vertical pupils, which looks a little indifferent. He opened his mouth, and the 4 canine teeth protruded sharply, like a beast. In addition, the nails have become harder and sharper, and can be used directly as weapons. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Qingmu is quite satisfied with this. There are a lot of alien ghosts among the ghosts, and half of the upper ranks are aliens. Ugly and inconvenient, he still hopes that he can keep his human appearance as much as possible. Qingmu picked up the fish he just caught. The sharp nails scratched, and the fish scales fell off one after another, and then the belly was opened and the internal organs were taken out. After processing, Qingmu tried to take a bite. It tasted like chewing wax, tasteless. He sighed with boredom. After becoming a ghost, he no longer had a normal sense of taste. For ordinary ghosts, there is also the delicacy of human flesh and blood, but because of the system, he lost his desire for human flesh and blood, which basically means that he is completely away from the desire for food. In addition, there is Xingyu. He has neither the desire nor the ability to reproduce. Friction can't bring him any pleasure. Ghosts are a sad creature. System. Qingmu suppressed his complicated thoughts, and his mind moved, and the azure screen appeared in his vision. Name: Aoki. Strength: 8. Constitution: 7. Intelligence: 7. Agility: 6. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. The attributes have increased dramatically. Aoki couldn't help but smack his lips. Strength and Constitution increased by 3 points, Intelligence and Agility by 2 points, the 4 items added up to a total of 10 attribute points. Converted to Hunter, it is equivalent to a 20-level increase. So terrifying. Aoki's eyes fell on the occupation column, the second item, White Walker, and another screen popped up. White Walker. Quality. Level. LV1 0/100. Skills: Ghost Blood not yet learned, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Ghost Swallowing. Quest: None. 2-star Occupation. Aoki's eyes were first attracted to the quality column. Occupation quality is related to the strength and potential of the occupation. The most obvious difference is the attribute points and the highest level. Represents half a star, is a whole star. Hunter is a half-star profession, gaining 1 attribute point every 2 levels, and the highest level is level 5. Therefore, after reaching level 5, Hunter has no experience value requirements and cannot continue to upgrade. A 2-star profession means that every time you upgrade, you can gain 2 free attribute points, and the highest level can be upgraded to 20. It is worthy of being a true extraordinary power. Qingmu nodded secretly, looking down and turning to the skill column. Skills are the core of a profession. After a preliminary study of the 4 skills of Odd Walkers and their effects, Qingmu was shocked. Ghost Blood, the blood of ghosts, the core skills of the profession, affect the many powers of being a ghost. Space Shuttle, the famous teleportation skill. After research, he found that this skill is actually his blood ghost art, and he couldn't help but feel unexpected and reasonable. Blood ghost art is not generated randomly, and is basically related to some emotions, cognition, influence, characteristics, etc. that the ghost remembers deeply before his death. Such as profession, some obsession, etc. For Qingmu, the thing that has the greatest impact and the most profound feeling is undoubtedly the time travel. The blood demon art of Space Shuttle is almost perfectly matched with him. The transparent world is one of the strongest plugins in the demon world. During the entire story, it is clearly stated that only 7 people have opened the transparent world. However, is this really a skill that a demon should have? Devouring demons, replenishing consumption, and improving oneself, the strangeness of the aliens lies in this skill. Moreover, this skill does not need to be learned, it is naturally activated. The 4 skills of the aliens are all very powerful. Moreover, this is not all the abilities of the aliens. The aliens are also demons, and the aliens have all the powers that demons have. For example, powerful regeneration and recovery ability, as well as strong physical strength, dark vision, body control ability, long life, etc. When Qingmu grows up, he will undoubtedly be much stronger than ordinary demons. The career template given by the system is much stronger than ordinary professions. This is true for aliens and hunters. However, compared to these skills and powers, the biggest help of the system is that it allows him to maintain his self and not turn into a man-eating monster. Ding dong. A system prompt suddenly sounded in Qingmu's mind. Obtained the mission, the Road of the White Walkers. The Road of the White Walkers. You already know the abilities of the White Walkers, so let's go for the first hunt now. Mission requirements. Devour a ghost. Mission rewards. 70 experience points, Sunshade Hat. Are you here for a mission? The Path of the White Walkers. Qingmu was refreshed. Missions are a shortcut to quickly upgrade levels. The reward of 70 experience points is definitely generous. If he is unlucky, he may not be able to get so much even if he is busy for a month. Sunshade Hat. Sounds quite ordinary, but this is the first time he has seen a real object in the system, and he can't let it go anyway. Qingmu suppressed his inner impulse. Before killing ghosts, he must first master the power of the White Walkers. Strength does not equal combat power. Strength is important, but the skills of using strength are no less important than strength itself. The four-dimensional attributes have increased dramatically, and a large number of new skills and new abilities have been obtained, all of which need to be familiarized. In addition, he did not forget that when he first obtained the career template, he could gain some experience through training. A week later, Qingmu slowly walked out of the cave. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the surrounding stars seemed a little dim. The breeze blew, and the leaves rustled. The wide field of vision made him feel a little better. White Walker. Quality. Level. LV1 18100s. Skills. Ghost Blood not yet learned, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Ghost Swallowing. Mission. White Walker Road 0/1. Qingmu glanced at the career panel. This week, he gained 18 experience points through exercise. Although not much, it is safe and stable. The reason why he stopped was that the speed of gaining experience was getting slower and slower, and secondly, he was too hungry. In the process of transforming into a ghost, people will consume a lot of energy. And this week, he only ate a few fish, which was far from enough to meet the needs of the body. Qingmu confirmed the direction and rushed away. Under the dark vision, the night is as bright as day, and with the eagle eye, everything he sees is clear. Strong physical strength allows him not to worry about fatigue. I have to admit that in terms of hardware, ghosts are indeed far superior to humans. As we move forward, the scenery becomes more and more familiar. After crossing a hill, a familiar wooden house appears in sight. Aoki slowly approaches. The yard is empty, and the ground is covered with dust and fallen leaves blown from outside. The furniture in the room has been restored to order, but many daily necessities are missing. There is a letter on the table in the middle of the living room. Aoki opened it, and Takina's familiar handwriting came into view. There are many contents in the letter, telling about the experience of that day, asking about his situation, where they are going to move to, etc. Demon Slayer Corps. Aoki's eyes moved slightly. Takina also mentioned in the letter that they met two swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps and got their help. After defeating the ghost transformed by his master, he also thought about looking for the Demon Slayer Corps and learning the breathing method. What a pity. Fate plays tricks on people. Aoki found the master's tomb, bowed, and left again. He came back this time just to check on the situation of Takina and his master's wife. It was enough to know that they were safe. The cold moonlight enveloped the earth. Aoki shuttled through the deep mountains and old forests where few people had gone like a cheetah. With a tap of his toes, he could easily jump several meters. Where should he go to find ghosts? He knew a few places where there were high probability of ghosts, such as Asakusa. Tamayo and Yushiro should be in Asakusa, and Muzan Kibutsuji might be there too. However, Tamayo and Yushiro cannot be killed, and Muzan cannot be defeated. There is the lower 5th Rui and his family at Nadagumo Mountain, and the upper 6th, Jifutaro and Daki at Yoshiwara Yugoku. But there is still the same problem, insufficient strength. He just became a ghost, how could he be a match for the 12 demon moons? These elite monsters can only be spawned after he develops. Now he needs novice monsters to practice first. Is there any place where he can easily and quickly find a large number of new ghosts, or ghosts that eat fewer people? Aoki suddenly stopped. There really is such a place. Fujishi Mountain. The final assessment site carefully built by the Demon Slayer Corps. All the demons were captured by the hunting team members and put in there. They were weak demons who had only eaten 2 or 3 people. The strongest hand demon was only at the level that Tanjiro could deal with right after completing training. Aoki thought seriously. Fujiki Mountain was a perfect place for him to level up. There were many demons, and they were all relatively weak. The problem was the Demon Slayer Corps and the wisteria flowers. The reason why the demons on Fujiki Mountain did not escape was that the wisteria flowers grew from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside, and they bloomed all year round. To demons, wisteria flowers are highly poisonous. In addition, he was not sure if there were any demon slayers guarding Fujiki Mountain. Ding dong. Obtained the task, Fujiki Mountain copy. Fujiki Mountain copy. There are a large number of demons living in Fujiki Mountain. Among them, the strongest hand demon has been hiding there for decades and has eaten nearly 40 humans. Task requirements. Eliminate 30 demons and kill the hand demon. Task reward. 300 experience points. The reward for this task is simple and crude, but particularly tempting. Now I have to go to Fuji Mountain. Qingmu looked up at the sky. However, before going, I have to make some preparations. First, it is to figure out the location. He only knows a name about Fuji Mountain, and nothing else. Secondly, prepare the props to cross the sea of wisteria flowers. A week later, the dark clouds covered the sky, and the night seemed particularly deep. Today's weather is good. Qingmu looked at the mountain in front of him. Large patches of wisteria flowers spread from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. Fuji Mountain seemed to be covered with a layer of purple gauze, which looked mysterious and beautiful. However, Qingmu couldn't help but feel a strong disgust in his heart. For ghosts, wisteria flowers are highly poisonous. If you absorb too much, even the upper string too can be poisoned. The disgust and resistance to wisteria flowers are engraved in the blood of ghosts. Fortunately, I have prepared it. Qingmu took out a strange-shaped clothing. This is the protective suit he specially asked someone to make. It is made of airtight materials and has a piece of glass sewn in the eyes. Although he has become a demon, his appearance is almost the same as that of a human. Except for the masters of the Demon Slayer Corps, ordinary people can't find any abnormalities at all. He can still enter and leave human towns freely at night. Aoki put on the protective suit and started climbing. There are members of the Demon Slayer Corps guarding the foot of Fujiki Mountain, but the defense is very loose, probably just to prevent nearby villagers from entering by mistake. Aoki easily bypassed the sight of the Demon Slayer Corps members and entered Fujiki Mountain. You will still inhale a small amount of pollen, but it won't have much impact. Aoki wore a special mask on his face. After confirming that his body could bear it, he sped up. Crossing the mountainside, the wisteria flowers suddenly disappeared. We're here. Aoki suddenly felt relieved. Even if he wouldn't get hurt, walking among the wisteria flowers was not a pleasant thing for him. He carefully took off his protective suit and found a hidden and safe place to hide it. He will need it when he leaves. Then, let's get started. Aoki didn't delay and walked up the steps along the middle road. Leaving the square on the mountainside, the traces of human activities quickly decreased. It was terribly quiet on Fujiki Mountain. No animals could be seen, and only the chirping of insects could be heard occasionally. Have all the animals been eaten by ghosts? Aoki kept his eyes and ears open and walked forward slowly. As a mature hunter, he knew very well that the most important thing in hunting was patience, especially when searching for prey. All suspicious traces must be carefully identified. I haven't seen you on the mountain, are you new here? A voice suddenly came from behind. Aoki paused and turned back quickly. A ghost with blue veins all over his body, a sharp horn on his forehead, and eyes almost protruding from his eye sockets sat on the treetop, looking at Aoki with cruel eyes. The Demon Slayer Corps has started sending ghosts to Fujiki Mountain again. Is the final selection about to start again? Ha 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 ha, I must eat more people this time. Aoki was silent for a while. Well, it seems that ghosts are not the same as beasts, and they will take the initiative to deliver themselves to the door. Boom! The sharp-horned ghost pounced on Qingmu without warning, and grabbed his face with its sharp claws. Its eyes were ferocious, and its smile was crazy. Ha ha ha, rookie, let me teach you the survival rules of Teng Qishan. The fishy wind blew in his face, but Qingmu was not afraid. He took a step forward, stretched out his 5 fingers, and then slowly closed them. His body was like a long bow that was fully drawn. All the strength in his body gathered together, pushing his fist like a cannonball out of the gun. When his fists and claws met, a huge force surged. With a click, the sharp-horned ghost's arm was bent back into a twisted angle. At the same time, he took 3 steps back and almost fell. When he looked at Qingmu again, his eyes changed. A feeling of joy rose in Qingmu's heart. The negative emotions such as depression, sadness, pain, and anger that had accumulated for many days seemed to pour out with this punch. He let out a long roar and took the initiative to rush towards the sharp-horned ghost. Ha ha ha, come again. The sharp-horned ghost could only fight. Their fight was simple and rough, without any fancy. You punch me, I punch you, you slap me, I claw you. They were all the simplest and most direct collisions. The sharp-horned ghost was obviously weaker than Qingmu and quickly fell into a disadvantage. Click. The arm was broken again, and the sharp-horned ghost retreated repeatedly, and only stopped when it hit a big tree. His breathing was rapid and his face was full of fatigue. Wait, I won't fight anymore, let me leave. If you want to fight, fight, if you don't want to fight, don't fight, how can it be so easy? Qingmu was unmoved, rushed forward and punched. The sharp-horned ghost was unable to fight back, and could only cross his arms and block in front of him. We are all ghosts, there is no point in continuing to fight. Qingmu didn't say anything, but the power of his fist suddenly increased a bit. Boom! The sharp-horned ghost's defensive posture was broken. Qingmu's next punch followed. Boom! The sharp-horned ghost's face collapsed, and his head hit the tree trunk behind him heavily. His eyes rolled up and he lost consciousness. Finally done. Qingmu grabbed the sharp-horned ghost's head and lifted it up. Whether it makes sense or not, you don't have the final say. Swallow it. Aoki's eyes condensed, and he activated Swallow Ghost. There seemed to be a vortex in his palm. The body of the sharp-horned ghost twisted and compressed, from the head to the neck, and then to the chest, gradually sinking into Aoki's palm. The battle just now was not just for venting. Swallow Ghost can be easily interrupted. Before launching, it must be ensured that the target cannot resist. In a blink of an eye, the sharp-horned ghost was swallowed up by Aoki's palm. A rich energy poured into his body, and the strong hunger that filled his head since he turned into a ghost finally dissipated. Kill a ghost and get 15 experience points. The road of the other walker is completed, and the reward has been issued. Congratulations on your upgrade. 15 experience points, not bad. Aoki nodded slightly, and as soon as he thought about it, a deep blue screen appeared. Name, Qingmu. Strength, 8. Constitution, 7. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 6. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. Free attribute points, 2. Item, Sunshade Hat, White Walker. Quality, Level, LV2 3200s. Skills, Ghost Blood not yet learned, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Ghost Swallowing. Quest, Fuji Mountain Dungeon, Ghost 1/30th, Hand Ghost 0/1. Free skill points, 1. Qingmu thought for a while and added 2 attributes to strength and agility respectively. The 4-dimensional attributes of the system panel are not separated, but different aspects of a whole, and there is a deep connection between them. Therefore, the gap between different attributes is best maintained within 2 points, otherwise there will be serious problems with the body. For example, if the strength is too strong and the constitution is too weak, a punch may cause muscle strain and bone fracture before causing any damage to the enemy. If the strength is too strong and the agility is too low, the coordination and flexibility of the body will be seriously insufficient, and you will become a slow, stiff and muscular man. Among the 4 dimensions, strength is the attribute that has the greatest impact on physical attacks, so it must be improved first. Adding 1 point of agility can just ensure that the difference between all attributes is within 2 points. There is still 1 skill point. There is nothing to hesitate. Qingmu directly added it to Ghost Blood. He has studied it. White Walkers are different from Hunters. The 4 skills of Hunters are independent of each other, and which one to learn first depends entirely on his own ideas. However, White Walkers are not like this. The skills of White Walkers are related. Ghost Blood is a basic skill, and other skills can only be learned after reaching a certain level. Boom. The moment Ghost Blood is lit up, a strong force surges into the body, and the system prompt follows. All attributes +1. I didn't expect there would be such a surprise. Qingmu was surprised. All attributes +1 is equivalent to upgrading 2 levels, which is a considerable improvement. If nothing unexpected happens, the abilities that ghosts should have, such as regeneration and dark vision, have also been further enhanced. Ghost Blood is the foundation and the core, and is no worse than the other 3 skills. Finally, Aoki suddenly had a black hat in his hand, with a long diameter and a circle of black gauze sewn on the edge. The sunshade hat, another reward for the road of the others, is also the first physical object he got from the system. After a brief experience, a bit of surprise appeared in Aoki's eyes again. As the name suggests, the effect of the sunshade hat is to block the sunlight. Unlike ordinary hats, the sunshade hat can completely block the sunlight. Moreover, its range of action is not only the area covered by the black gauze, but also a cylindrical area formed by the edge of the hat. In other words, after wearing it, the whole body can avoid sunlight. The name is inconspicuous, but for ghosts, this is definitely a magic weapon. Aoki hung the sunshade hat around his neck and carried it behind his back. With this, you don't have to be so afraid of the daytime anymore. The blue-red spider lily can help ghosts overcome the sunlight, and he has not forgotten this. In fact, after becoming a demon, Aoki immediately thought of the blue-red spider lily. However, there are several problems. First, he is not sure whether the blue-red spider lily is useful to him. Muzan is the ancestor of demons, he has a system, and the situation cannot be generalized. Second, the blooming time of the blue-red spider lily is extremely short, and it may not bloom in a year due to factors such as climate and environment. Even if you know where it grows, you may not be able to get it in the short term. Third, the blue-red spider lily is not just eaten, it needs to be prepared into medicine. He does not have medical skills and has no one he can trust. Fourth, he does not know where Tanjiro's house is. It is not impossible to find it if he wants to, but it will definitely take a lot of time. With this time, he may also overcome the sunlight by relying on the system. If the system cannot do this, it will not be too late to look for the blue-red spider lily in the future. Name: Aoki. Strength: 10. Constitution: 8. Intelligence: 8. Agility: 8. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV2 3/200. Skills: Ghost Blood, Space Shuttle not learned yet, Transparent World not learned yet, Ghost Swallowing. Mission: Fujishiyama Dungeon, Ghost 1/30th, Hand Ghost 0/1. Aoki looked at his brand new attributes. Compared with before he became a ghost, his attributes doubled. You know, attributes do not increase in a proportional manner. The higher the attribute itself, the greater the improvement for each additional point. Aoki was in a good mood. He adjusted the position of the sunshade hat, chose a direction, and walked away. 1 week later. The third one. Aoki took a breath, grabbed the ghost's head, and activated Swallow Ghost. The efficiency is not bad today. This is the third ghost he caught tonight. Before, he could only catch 2 at most in one night. Ding dong. A familiar voice sounded in his mind, and Aoki was stunned. Upgraded. I remember that I still need more than 20 experience points. Before he could think about it carefully, the system prompt sounded again. Physique +1. Where did this physique come from? Aoki looked at the system panel, pondered for a while, and turned his eyes to Swallow Ghost. Replenish physical strength and improve yourself. It seems that the improvement is reflected here. It actually directly increases the attributes, which is very good. Wow! A flurry of footsteps interrupted his thoughts, and Qingmu turned his head to look. A ghost with a long tongue, sticking out of its mouth and hanging out, quickly disappeared into the jungle. You were lucky. Qingmu hesitated for a moment, but still did not chase after it. It was about to dawn, and there was not enough time to deal with another ghost. A moment later, a red sun rose from the horizon, and the bright sunshine spread all over the world. Qingmu put on a sun hat and left quickly. After a few days of trial, he found that the sun hat was very stable to wear, and it would not fall off even if the movement was a little more intense. Of course, it was impossible to rely on it to fight during the day. Another night fell. An extremely rare scene appeared on Fuji Mountain. In a dense forest, there were more than a dozen ghosts scattered around, looking at each other warily but not taking action. A ghost with a long tongue hanging out of his mouth stood in the middle, speaking in an excited tone and constantly using gestures to increase his momentum. I saw this with my own eyes. He is very strong, and Shinichi Tsutsumi is no match for him. It didn't take long for him to be beaten and lose the ability to resist, and then he swallowed him completely with that hand. The ghost next to him questioned, "How is it possible? I only know that ghosts eat people, and I have never heard of ghosts eating ghosts." The long-tongued ghost immediately looked over. "Do you mean I am lying?" The other ghost curled his lips and said, "I didn't say that, or maybe you saw it wrong." The long-tongued ghost was furious. "Do you think I am as stupid as you? Haven't you noticed that there are suddenly fewer ghosts on the mountain recently?" A long-haired female ghost sat on a branch, looking down at the long-tongued ghost. "So, what is the purpose of you looking for us? You are not just telling us this news." The long-tongued ghost raised his arm and swung it down heavily, saying in a grim tone, "Of course, we will find the ghost together and kill him. If we don't take the initiative, he will eat us all sooner or later." The other ghosts didn't think so. The long-tongued ghost had expected this, and said, "Why do you think he wants to eat ghosts? Ghosts will become stronger by eating people, so will eating ghosts." He didn't finish his words, but all the ghosts had already understood what he meant, and their eyes quickly became hot. Imprisoned here, they only have the opportunity to eat people when the Demon Slayer Corps conducts the final assessment, and only some ghosts can succeed. The strong feeling of hunger tortures every ghost. If they get the method of eating ghosts, they can not only get rid of the torture of hunger, but also continue to become stronger, and even have the opportunity to leave this wisteria cage. These idiots. The long-tongued ghost sneered in his heart. He asked the ghosts for help because he had no confidence in defeating the ghost himself. But he only asked for weak ghosts. No ghost knows that he secretly ate 2 people in the last Demon Slayer Corps assessment, and the total number of people he ate has reached 7, and his strength is much higher than these ghosts who have only eaten 1 or 2 people. In the end, he will be the only one who benefits. "Oh hee, why don't you ask me to join in such an interesting thing?" A strange voice sounded, and all the ghosts changed their faces. Dong dong dong. With heavy footsteps, a huge monster slowly walked over. He was like a mountain of flesh, with arms all over his body, revealing only a pair of yellow pupils, looking weird and ferocious. The long-tongued ghost had an ugly expression. "How did he find me here?" The hand ghost had been hiding in Tengshi Mountain for more than 40 years, and it was said that he had eaten more than 40 people. On Tengshi Mountain, the only thing he had no confidence in dealing with was this hand ghost. "Oh, what, don't you welcome me to join?" The hand ghost covered his mouth with 3 hands, and his cunning eyes swept over all the ghosts. "No, of course not." The long-tongued ghost's brain turned quickly. If the hand ghost is not allowed to participate, the matter is likely to be exposed directly. This is also good, it is safer to have the hand ghost join. The key is, after solving that ghost, how to ensure that he gets the greatest benefit. The hand ghost's eyes were fiery. "When I get the ability to eat ghosts, I will eat all the ghosts in Fuji Mountain, and maybe I can leave Fuji Mountain. Yorokutaki, Yorokutaki, Yorokutaki. Wait for me." Other ghosts sneered, mocked, fanatically, or pondered secretly, with different expressions. Go to hell, die, die. A ghost with a mouthful of sawtooth waved his fists wildly. Aoki seized a gap, stepped forward, and swept his arms like a long knife. Puff! The neck was broken and the body was separated. Aoki grabbed the head and retreated quickly. The headless body chased after him, and the head in his hand had a crazy look on his face. He opened his mouth and his tongue shot out like a sharp arrow. "Have you been holding it in for too long? You are not mentally normal." Aoki turned his wrist to deflect his tongue, then grabbed the head and smashed it heavily on the stone next to him. Bang, bang, bang. After repeating this several times, the headless body that was running wildly suddenly fell down, twitched a few times, and stopped moving. Qingmu lifted the head of the sawtooth ghost and looked at it, confirming that it had lost consciousness. First kill of the day. This was the fastest way he had concluded to kill a ghost. Without the sun wheel sword, although beheading could not directly kill the ghost, it could greatly affect the ghost's combat effectiveness. A heavy blow to the head could easily put the ghost into a coma. Swallow. Qingmu did not hesitate and directly launched, Swallow Ghost. Kill a ghost and gain 11 experience points. Congratulations on your upgrade. Only 11 experience points. I'm getting poorer and poorer. Qingmu looked at the system panel, thought for a while, and added 2 free attribute points to strength and intelligence respectively. His body expanded rapidly, his muscles became a little bloated, and his clothes were bulging. Agility affects balance, coordination and other aspects. A low point is nothing more than a little clumsy, but intelligence determines the level of control over strength. Because his power increased too much in a short period of time, his control over power was already very poor. If the intelligence is too low, it may be impossible to control the body completely. After adapting a little, Qingmu added the free skill points to Ghost Blood, and added 1 to all attributes again. Name: Qingmu. Strength: 12. Constitution: 10. Intelligence: 10. Agility: 9. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV3 to 300s. Skills: Ghost Blood 2, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Ghost Swallowing. Mission: Fuji Mountain Dungeon, Ghost 16/30, Hand Ghost 0/1. 12 points of strength is enough for now, let's focus on adding other attributes next. Qingmu looked at the system panel and thought silently. Now he has strong strength, but he can't fully exert it. Insufficient strength control, insufficient body coordination, insufficient combat skills, insufficient combat experience, insufficient high-level skills, etc. He is now a silver-plated spearhead with only data, and the data is seriously unbalanced. In the novel, it is the classic waste that is easily challenged by geniuses. The best way to add points is to keep all attributes moving forward in parallel. This abnormal data is just a last resort to improve combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Qingmu turned his eyes to the skill bar, and after a moment, he shook his head gently. Is level 2 feet Ghost Blood still not enough? He tried to learn Space Shuttle and Transparent World, and the system prompt was still, prerequisite skill level is insufficient. The bonus of these 2 skills to combat effectiveness is not comparable to a few attributes. Crash. Suddenly, a light sound interrupted Qingmu's thinking. He turned his head and saw the back of a ghost running wildly in his field of vision. Qingmu's eyes moved, and he looked calmly without any action. The fleeing ghost slowly stopped and looked back angrily. After a while, wow, one after another ghosts came out of the darkness, surrounding Aoki. How did you find out? The ghost with an extremely long tongue hanging out of his mouth asked with a stern face. Such a poor hiding technique, you can tell at a glance. Aoki glanced at all the ghosts around him. So many ghosts came to me together, what's the point? The long-tongued ghost didn't beat around the bush and said straight to the point. Stop pretending, I saw you eat Shinichi Tsutsumi with my own eyes. Show me your ghost-eating method, otherwise you will definitely die today. I see, Aoki suddenly said, you have some ideas. He would be seen because he had no intention of hiding it. He didn't care if the secret came out. In the second chapter, it is said that he is the enemy of everyone in this world. Ghosts are his food, and the Ghost King is the target of his revenge. As a ghost, he cannot establish true trust with humans. What's more, this is Tengshi Mountain, a prison that can only be entered but not exited. The long-tongued ghost looked at Aoki's calm expression and sneered. You must be thinking that ghosts can't kill other ghosts, so you don't worry about your own safety at all, right? But let me tell you, there are many ways to kill you. If you were tied up and placed in an open field, what do you think would happen after dawn? Quote. Aoki glanced at the long-tongued ghost. Although it was only a quick glance, he had already recognized that the long-tongued ghost was the ghost he let go yesterday near dawn. It seemed that he was the leader of this siege. Being able to gather so many ghosts is indeed quite a skill. Aoki must admit that the current situation is still a bit troublesome. The ghost power on the Vine Attack Mountain is generally at 6 or 7 o'clock, and very few are at 8 o'clock. In one-on-one combat, with his current strength of 12 points, he can crush him with one hand. However, if he is harassed by other ghosts, he will not be able to use ghost swallowing. If he cannot completely kill the ghosts, he will inevitably be dragged into a protracted war. You all want to know, Aoki said, but what if only one ghost can use my method? The ghost group was a little restless. A bunch of idiots, they can't even see through such a simple conspiracy. The long-tongued ghost was furious and said quickly, "It's none of your business. You just tell us the method and how to distribute it. That's up to us." His voice stopped suddenly. He looked at the enemy who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his head couldn't react for a moment. Are you really divided? Aoki's eyes were cold and stern, and he waved his fist heavily. Boom! The long-tongued ghost's head exploded like a tomato, and his body fell straight down. Aoki didn't pause at all, turned around and pounced on the fang-filled ghost next to him. He is already tall, but after adding some points this time, his muscles have become very developed. At this time, he rushes like a tank, with amazing momentum. The fanged ghost was so frightened that he forgot that he was a ghost for a moment and stood there, trembling and at a loss. The next moment, he followed the footsteps of the long-tongued ghost and his head was torn apart. The other ghosts finally reacted. Go together. Don't be afraid. We are ghosts and we won't die at all. Kill him. Show me how to eat ghosts. All the ghosts rushed towards Aoki together. A ghost with bone spurs on its elbows was closest to Aoki. It jumped up, clenched its hands into fists, and hit Aoki's head like a sledgehammer. Ching Mumu didn't even look back, and swept his arms diagonally. Poof! Like a long knife passing by, the bone-spurred ghost split into two and was cut in half. This is absolute power crushing. These brats were as weak as babies in front of Aoki. Any punch or kick would be an unbearable burden for them. Unfortunately, there is no way to kill ghosts quickly without swallowing ghosts. Is there any way to inhibit the regeneration ability of ghosts? Aoki's thoughts were floating around. He grabbed the two ghosts, used them as weapons, and threw them behind him. Boom! The four ghosts spurted blood from their mouths and flew out. But at this moment, a thick arm suddenly broke out of the ground. Aoki had no time to guard against the mistake and could only lower his head in time. Boom! The bridge of his nose was broken, his body leaned back involuntarily, and he took 2 steps back. What a power! Aoki stood up straight, his face restored to its original state, and with a glance, he found the target of his sneak attack. It was a huge mountain of flesh, completely surrounded by various arms, with only a pair of cunning and slender eyes exposed. It's a hand ghost. Aoki instantly recognized the enemy's identity. Haha, we are all here now. If we can keep all these ghosts behind, we can complete the Tangshi Mountain dungeon today. The appearance of the hand ghost cheered up the ghost who was already frightened by Aoki's beating. Ha ha ha, hand over the method of eating ghosts, otherwise you will die today. The long-tongued ghost felt solemn and excited at the same time. Fortunately, the hand ghost joined us, otherwise we might not be able to defeat him today. Does eating ghosts make you stronger faster than eating people? The hand ghost's eyes were fiery, and he closed his hands into a huge fist and flew out like a rocket launcher. Aoki snorted coldly, and without dodging or evading, he also raised his fist to meet him. Boom! The hand ghost's arm was like a bamboo with firecrackers ignited inside, falling apart and flesh and blood splattering. Aoki was about to continue the attack when 4 ghosts rushed over and stopped him. Before he could get away, the arm of the hand ghost had successfully regenerated. Boom boom boom. The fighting became more and more fierce. Blocking the hand ghost's attack again, Aoki frowned as he watched his arm regenerate rapidly. If there is no way to suppress their regeneration, there is no need to continue this battle. He won't lose, but he can't win either. If you continue to fight, it will just be a waste of time. Although it is a pity to let such a good opportunity pass, there is no need to force it if it is impossible. Is there a way to suppress ghost regeneration? Certainly. Hidao, one of the ultimate 3-piece set for ghost hunters, is a magical skill that can suppress the regeneration of ghosts. The problem is, he doesn't know how to use Hidao at all. Is there any other way? An idea suddenly popped into Aoki's mind. At this time, a fanged ghost rushed over. Let's try it. Aoki took a hard punch from the fanged ghost and slashed him diagonally with his sword. Boom. The fanged ghost's face cracked and his head shook. Swallow it. Aoki's eyes were sharp, and he activated ghost swallowing, turning his palm into a black hole, wildly devouring the surrounding flesh and blood. Poof. The fanged ghost's head was split in two. Aoki's palm seemed to be surrounded by a circle of rapidly rotating blades, scraping off a layer of flesh and blood. Because it passed directly through it, the ghost swallowing was automatically terminated before the fanged ghost could struggle. However, Aoki, who has excellent eyesight, was pleasantly surprised. The fanged ghost's head seemed to show no signs of regeneration. There was a sharp sound of breaking through the air behind him. Aoki turned around and punched. The moment he touched the ghost, he activated ghost swallowing again. Boom. Aoki received a heavy blow to the chest, and a huge gash was ripped open in the ghost's face. Aoki noticed again that the regeneration around the wounds caused by his fists had also completely stopped. That was not an illusion just now. It turns out that this is the correct way to use swallowing ghosts. Aoki's eyes lit up and he glanced at all the ghosts. You are all going to die today. Chapter 11. How can he be so strong? The long-tongued ghost put back his broken arm and looked at the god of war figure in front of him in disbelief. More than a dozen of them joined forces, and with the hand ghost that had eaten more than 40 people, they still had no power to fight back. Why was such a strong ghost captured in Fujiki Mountain? Are the people in the Demon Slayer Corps crazy? Seeing another ghost torn into pieces, the tongue ghost felt cold in his heart, and he couldn't help but think of running away. If he continued to fight like this, there was no possibility of winning. As for exhausting the enemy's physical strength, it was like a fairy tale. But if he escaped now, what would he do in the future? Fujiki Mountain was so small that there was no place to hide. One day they would meet, and when that time came, he would be the only one left. Wouldn't he be dead for sure? Wait a minute. The long-tongued ghost suddenly found that something was wrong. Why haven't those knocked-down ghosts gotten up yet? Are they pretending to be dead? Suddenly, his eyes widened. In the bushes not far away, a ghost that was cut into two pieces had his eyes closed tightly, motionless, and blood was flowing from the wound, dyeing the surroundings red. The long-tongued ghost stared at the ghost's wound, and his body gradually trembled. No regeneration. There was no sign of regeneration at all. He turned his head and looked around. All the ghosts who fell to the ground had terrible wounds on their bodies, and none of them healed. Could it be that he can not only eat ghosts, but also make the ghosts unable to regenerate? The moment this thought emerged, the long-tongued ghost could no longer restrain the fear in his heart, and turned around and ran. He threw all the methods of eating ghosts and future safety behind his mind. At this time, his heart was filled with strong regret. How did he get blinded by lard to provoke such a terrifying guy? Boom! The wind blew in his face. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the long-tongued ghost's way. No, the long-tongued ghost's hands and feet were cold, and his heart and gall were broken. Before he could react, a fist appeared in his field of vision and quickly enlarged. Bang! The consciousness of the long-tongued ghost fell into darkness. Qingmu did not notice that the one who died under his fist this time was the instigator, and turned to pounce on another ghost. Soon, other ghosts also found the problem. No, no, no. What is going on? Why haven't those ghosts recovered from their injuries? You, what did you do? Looking at the broken limbs and arms around her, a long-haired female ghost screamed out of control, and a strong fear rose on her pale face. Qingmu did not answer, kicked his feet, and pounced. Bang! The long-haired female ghost's head exploded and her body fell down. He is a devil. I won't do it. I won't do it. Another ghost collapsed and turned to run away frantically. This caused a chain reaction, and all the ghosts began to run away. You think of running away now. It's too late. The killing intent in Qingmu's eyes boiled. He had anticipated this situation and had been quietly preparing for it. When he attacked before, he deliberately chose those ghosts with fast speed and agility. The rest were clumsy. Dong dong dong. The smoke and dust were flying, and the footsteps were like drums. Qingmu was like a super sports car. Although he was less flexible, he was fast enough and rushed forward without any opponent. The hand ghost dragged his heavy body and ran wildly, looking back from time to time. Why is he so strong? The plan failed, and he was even at risk of death. Fear, anger and jealousy gnawed at his twisted heart, making him almost crazy. Suddenly, a river blocked the way, and the hand ghost was not surprised but happy. Great, I remember there is a hiding place across the river. That guy, wait for me, wait until I eat more people and become stronger, then. His expression froze and his thoughts stopped abruptly. Dong dong dong. Accompanied by dense and heavy footsteps, a figure with amazing momentum quickly attacked from behind. How could it be? How could they catch up so quickly? Where are the other ghosts? Are they all dead? The hand ghost gritted his teeth. Qingmu jumped up, drew a parabola in the air, and punched the hand ghost's head with the force of a mountain. Get out of the way. The hand ghost hugged his forearms together to form a huge fist and punched it. Bang bang bang. Muscles torn, bones collapsed, blood and flesh splattered, arms exploded one by one, and the hand ghost retreated several steps. Qingmu turned over and landed steadily. Found you. Where are the other ghosts? The hand ghost stared at him. Do you still care about other ghosts? Qingmu walked over slowly. Wait, wait. The hand ghost waved his hands again and again. Stop it. My strength is more than what you see. Believe me, if you continue to fight, you will definitely not feel good. I'm happy to see your true strength. As soon as Qingmu finished speaking, the soil under him exploded, and two arms rushed out. It was exactly the same move that the hand ghost had used to attack him at the beginning. Unfortunately, without the other ghosts to hold him back, such a slow attack could not touch him at all. Qingmu jumped back, dodged the attack, and suddenly reached out and grabbed it. The hand ghost's arm was as thick as an adult's waist, like a big tree. In comparison, Qingmu's arm was like a slender and fragile bamboo pole. However, the moment he was caught, there was a creaking sound, and the hand ghost's movement stopped, and his arm was stuck on the ground. Pulling, he couldn't pull it back, pulling, he couldn't pull it. Qingmu twisted his hands hard. Crack, both arms broke off. Not wanting to play with him anymore, Qingmu threw away the broken arm and rushed towards the hand ghost. No, don't come over. Get out, get out. The hand ghost was terrified, waving his arms and attacking frantically, but he couldn't stop Qingmu's steps at all, and he was approached in a blink of an eye. Boom boom boom. After a few punches, the hand ghost's body was riddled with holes and fell down. His muscles twitched all over his body, and he asked unwillingly with only half of his mouth left, "You are so strong, why were you captured in Fujiki Mountain?" Aoki grabbed the head of the hand ghost with his palm. Who told you that I was captured by the Demon Slayer Corps? What, you? The hand ghost suddenly widened his eyes. Aoki did not give him another chance to speak. Swallow. Kill the hand ghost and gain 25 experience points. Just 25 points. Aoki frowned immediately. This is too poor. He thought the hand ghost's experience could be more than 40 points. Is it because I have upgraded to another level? How much has the experience of ordinary ghosts dropped? Aoki had a bad premonition and quickly returned to the previous battlefield. The remains of the ghosts were everywhere. Although it looked tragic, these ghosts were actually still alive. This strong vitality is indeed amazing. Aoki piled all the ghosts together and activated Swallow Ghost. The system prompts began to refresh the screen. Kill a ghost and gain 5 experience points. Kill a ghost and gain 6 experience points. Aoki calculated. There were 17 ghosts besieging him today, not counting the hand ghost, and they gave him 90 experience points in total. The benefits dropped so fast. It seems that there is no need to specifically look for these weak ghosts to kill in the future. Ding dong. Tang Chishan Dungeon, completed, rewards have been issued. Congratulations on your upgrade. It has to be a mission reward. Aoki exclaimed, thought for a while, and according to the previous plan, added the 2 free attribute points this time to intelligence and agility respectively. A cool breath passed through his body, and Aoki felt refreshed. His thinking speed increased slightly, and his swollen muscles also returned to symmetry. There is nothing to say about the skill points. He added them directly to Ghost Blood, and got the prompt of all attributes plus 1 inch again. Aoki was about to check the changes in the system, and suddenly froze. An unprecedented feeling surged into his heart, as if he had taken off a lot of shackles. Every cell was cheering, and every drop of blood was shouting. Relaxed, free, carefree, like a new life. Aoki was inspired. Has the curse that Muzan planted in my body disappeared? When Muzan creates a ghost, he will leave a curse in the blood. Any ghost who says his name will be killed by the curse. In addition, he can control the blood given to ghosts, seal the ghost's regeneration ability, and can easily kill any ghost. It can be said that once you become a ghost, you will never be able to resist Muzan. At present, the only exceptions should be Tamayo and Yushiro. The former relied on his superb medical skills to do many experiments on himself and got rid of Muzan's control. Yushiro is the only ghost who was not created by Muzan and is not bound by the curse. This is also a thorn in Aoki's heart. Changing to a strange ghost did not let him get rid of Muzan's control. Life and death are completely in Muzan's hands. Getting rid of Muzan's control is more important to him than any more attributes. No, it's more than that. Aoki carefully felt his changes and gradually understood in his heart. It's not as simple as getting rid of Muzan, but completely controlling his own bloodline and completely cutting off the connection with Muzan. I was thinking about whether to ask Tamayo for help, but I didn't expect that this hidden danger would be eliminated just like that. System Daddy, it really won't disappoint you. Aoki exclaimed and looked at the system panel. Name, Aoki. Strength, 13. Constitution, 11. Intelligence, 12. Agility, 11. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality, Level, LV4 118 400ths. Skills, Ghost Blood 3, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Devouring Ghosts. It can be said that the weak novice period has been completely passed. Aoki subconsciously tried to learn some skills. Transparent World. Sorry, the prerequisite skill level is not enough. Space Shuttle. Sorry, insufficient skill points. Still can't learn, huh? Aoki suddenly came back to his senses. Space Shuttle, can I learn it? He tried again, and the system prompt was still, insufficient skill points. Is the requirement for Space Shuttle lower than that for Transparent World? However, if you think about it carefully, it is reasonable. After all, Transparent World is much more difficult than Blood Ghost Art here. Aoki nodded secretly and studied it carefully. Soon, he found a bad news. The requirements for learning and upgrading skills have become higher. To learn, Space Shuttle, 2 skill points are required, and to upgrade, Ghost Blood, again, 3 skill points are required. It seems that the stage of rapid strengthening is over. Aoki thought thoughtfully. The most important reason why his 4-dimensional attributes can be improved so much in a short period of time is the improvement brought by Ghost Blood. If you learn Space Shuttle first, you can upgrade Ghost Blood again after reaching level 9. Aoki put aside these complicated thoughts. This trip to Tengshi Mountain ended successfully, and the harvest was more abundant than expected. Now, it's time to leave. This is not a place to stay for a long time. Aoki flew down the mountain without any regrets. At the same time, on the bustling streets of Asakusa, a black-haired young man with a delicate outfit and a pale face was walking slowly in the crowd. The people around him were playing and laughing, completely unaware that there was a man-eating evil ghost hiding next to them. Suddenly, Muzan Kibutsuji paused and turned his head subconsciously. His eyes seemed to penetrate through the space and reach the distant Fujiki mountain. After a moment, his eyes became angry and a little unbelievable. What's going on? How did he do it? Just now, he felt that a certain connection was suddenly disconnected. After sensing it, he found that it was the ghost created not long ago that got rid of his control. Is there any secret about that human? I should have studied it more at that time. Muzan Kibutsuji's eyes were cold. He hated changes, and he hated this kind of change that was completely beyond his expectations. However, in addition to being angry, he also felt a little regretful. It doesn't matter, just catch him. Is there anyone nearby? Ling Yuzi. No, one is not enough, we need a few more, and make sure you catch him for me. The expression on Kibutsuji Muzan's face became extremely terrifying, and he slowly walked towards the alley shrouded in shadows. The moment his body was shrouded in shadows, he disappeared silently. The moonlight is melting and the autumn night is like water. Two figures, one large and one small, walked side by side, moving at an astonishing speed. The figure of Tang Qishan moved from far to near, and when they reached the foot of the mountain, they stopped. The petite female ghost has short white hair, double horns on her forehead, red eyes and purple pupils, and symmetrical red lines on her face. The tall figure next to her had a pair of curved horns on both sides of his head, and his face was ferocious, like a bull's head. Is this right here? The female ghost looked up at Tang Qishan and frowned deeply. Wisteria flowers. And there were so many wisterias. That adult really gave them a troublesome mission. Not far away, two members of the Demon Slayer Corps wearing brown uniforms walked slowly over. I just heard something moving here. Did you hear it wrong? Who would come here in the middle of the night? Maybe it's a ghost. Ha ha ha, ghosts will attack the mountain with vines. If they smell the wisteria flowers every few kilometers, they will turn around and run away. That's not necessarily the case, just in case. The conversation between the two stopped suddenly, and they looked at the two figures at the foot of the mountain. It's a ghost. There's really a ghost. The two looked at each other with serious expressions. They don't seem to have noticed us yet. So. The two nodded and slowly drew out the long swords at their waists. Breath of water, kata of one, water cut. They rose up at the same time and attacked the ghost. The two ghosts showed no reaction. Just when the two thought they were about to succeed, they suddenly spurted blood from their mouths and flew back, their chests visibly collapsed. The two ghosts turned around slowly, with teasing and ridicule in their eyes. The two members of the Demon Slayer Corps fell into an ice cellar. Through the moonlight, they could clearly see that the two ghosts had words engraved in their eyes, which were, Shilu, and, Shiasi, respectively. Shishan. Two Shishan ghosts. The two members of the Demon Slayer Corps were filled with despair. The 12 ghost moons were powerful beings that only Zhu could deal with. They were just two, Shin-level players. Why did the Shishan ghost come to Tengshi Mountain? Moreover, two of them came together. It's from the Demon Slayer squad. The female ghost with Shiasi engraved in her eyes licked the blood on her fingers, and bloodthirsty desire emerged in her eyes. Before the battle, do you want to eat someone to replenish your strength? The Minotaur ghost said angrily, kill him directly. Don't delay that adult's affairs. Brainless idiot, you deserve to be the bottom 6. The female ghost cursed in her heart. Didn't you see that the mountains are covered with wisteria flowers? She just didn't want to go up the mountain, so she made this suggestion. Then do it, the female ghost said with waning spirits. She couldn't eat it. She didn't even have the interest to kill. The Minotaur didn't refuse and walked towards the two members of the Demon Slayer squad. But as soon as he took 2 steps, he stopped, and he and the female ghost looked towards Tengshi Mountain almost indiscriminately. Aoki followed the mountain path all the way down. Although wearing protective clothing, he still tried not to touch the wisteria flowers. We are about to reach the bottom of the mountain. We must be careful to avoid the guards of the Demon Slayer Corps. Aoki thought, turned a corner, and stopped suddenly. With excellent eyesight and powerful dark vision, the scene below is unobstructed. He ignored the two members of the Demon Slayer squad and focused on those two ghosts. Why do ghosts come to Tengshin? At this time, the two ghosts looked up. Eyes facing each other. Aoki's eyes suddenly solidified. The 6th string and the 4th string. Ghosts don't live in groups. Unless you get permission from Muzan Kibutsuji. The 6th and 4th strings of the lower strings came together to visit Fujise Mountain, the forbidden place of ghosts. Needless to say, it must be the order of Muzan Onambatsuji. As for the purpose, Aoki feels that 99% of it is for himself. Does Wuhan feel that I got rid of the control and regained my freedom? A little strange. In the original work, Nezuko got rid of the curse, but Tsuji Muzan didn't seem to notice it. However, this kind of thing is not important. He has completely controlled the bloodline, and no matter what happens in the future, Kibutsuji Mumi will not be able to notice it at all. The most important thing now is how to deal with these two evil spirits. Ding dong. Obtained the mission, escape from death. Escape from death. Oni Wu Suji Mukai covets your secrets and sends many ghosts to hunt you down. Mission requirements. Avoid enemy pursuit. Mission reward. Free skill point ×1, 500 experience points, Ghost Wine Gourd. It turns out that skill points are also obtained through tasks. Aoki was stunned. He had some doubts before. The number of free skill points required to learn skills has been increased. If this continues, he may not be able to reach all the skills until he reaches full level. Turns out, here's the solution. 1 free skill point, 500 experience points, and a mysterious prop. The rewards are really rich. Aoki murmured. The richer the reward, the more difficult the task. We can also tell something from the name of the task. Escape from death is not an extremely dangerous situation, so how can we call it a narrow escape? Aoki looked at the mission description, and a thought suddenly came to his mind: multiple ghosts. Could it be that there are more than just 2 lower strings? The lower strings are scattered all over the place and cannot be gathered together in a short time. The only lineup that is stronger than the 2 lower strings is the upper string. Grass. This is really a lion fighting a rabbit, and you have to use all your strength. Aoki took a breath. Regardless of whether this guess is correct or not, what he has to do is to get rid of these 2 ghosts as soon as possible. As long as he can escape smoothly today, it will be difficult for Kibutsuji Muzan to pursue him again in the future. Why did someone come down from Tengshi Mountain at this time? Did someone come to send ghosts away? Why didn't we get the news? The 2 members of the Demon Slayer squad were very confused. They didn't think about ghosts at all. The mountains full of wisteria flowers are more terrifying to ghosts than the sea of fire. Unlike Aoki's solemnity and the nervousness of the 2 Demon Slayer members, the female ghost and the Minotaur ghost were very excited. Is it him? The Minotaur said in a low voice. Ling Yuzi said, I don't know, but regardless of whether it is true or not, arrest him first and then talk about it. Neither ghost wants to climb the mountain. The mountains full of wisteria flowers can really kill ghosts. It would be great if the target could be delivered to your door by yourself. That's right, take it first and then talk. A ferocious smile appeared on the Minotaur's face, and he jumped up, tearing the air with his violent momentum and rushing towards Aoki. Aoki waved his hand, tore open his protective clothing and faced him bravely. Boom! The 2 fists hit each other, blood spurted out, and there was a faint sound of bones breaking. The Minotaur flew back, and Aoki took 3 steps back. This blow was evenly matched by both sides. Although Aoki took advantage of the above blows, his power increased so much in a short period of time that he could not fully use it. The power of 13 points is actually comparable to Shishan. Aoki's thought flashed, and the Minotaur ghost rushed up again. The 2 fists collided. A surge of power far surpassed that before. Boom! The air exploded, the surging air waves turned into a fierce gust of wind, and the sharp explosion sound filled the ears. Aoki's arm exploded into countless pieces of flesh, blood and bones in an instant, and his body flew out like a broken sack and fell into the wisteria bushes. Purple flowers fell all over the sky, like a purple snow, mysterious and beautiful. But when it fell on his body, Aoki felt like he was splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, and there was a severe burning sensation everywhere he fell. The speed of body regeneration also dropped sharply. Aoki did not hesitate, turned over and ran away without looking back. For a moment, he thought he could fight with the lower string. The cruelty of reality made him sober up quickly. Maybe the strength can match, but strength is only part of the combat power. Is that his blood demon art? Sure enough, the blood demon art is the core of the demon's combat power. At this moment, Aoki was full of a strong desire for space shuttle. 500 experience points are enough for me to level up again, plus the free skill point reward. After completing this mission, I can learn space shuttle. Although it is already close at hand, it will be a matter of the future, and it is definitely not counted on for this mission. The 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps were at a loss. They had been prepared to sacrifice, but they didn't expect the 2 lower-ranked demons to chase the man who came down the mountain and ran away. They didn't even look at them again. Who is coming down the mountain? Those 2 lower-ranked demons seem to have come specifically for him. He doesn't seem to be wearing a team uniform, nor does he carry a Nichiren sword. Could it be that he is a demon? The 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps looked at each other, both with incredible faces. How did the demon come down from Fujiki Mountain? What is Fujiki Mountain like now? Why did the 2 lower-ranked demons fight with the demons coming down from Fujiki Mountain? Let's leave here first, and then report the intelligence. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. The two supported each other and left in a hurry. Wah-la-la. The wisteria bushes swayed, and a figure rushed out. He looked extremely scary, with purple spots all over his face, and his flesh and blood seemed to have melted. Finally out, Qingmu looked back and found no trace of the enemy. But this did not make him feel at ease. The enemy would definitely not give up so easily. Whoosh! A slight hissing sound of air entered his ears, and Qingmu's face changed, and he barely twisted his waist. Tear, like a sharp blade passing by, his waist was cut in half, and a large amount of blood spurted out. If he had reacted a moment slower just now, he might have been cut in half. A slender figure was outlined in the air, and the red-eyed female ghost looked at Qingmu with a smile. You are so slow, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Fourth of the lower moon. Invisibility. Qingmu frowned. He had some impression of this female ghost. It seemed that her name was Ling Yuzi. She lived until Tanjiro joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Finally, when Muzan abolished the lower string, she was killed by Muzan himself. Dong dong dong. A tall figure with a cloud of dust was approaching quickly from a distance. It's the bull-headed demon of the lower string 6. No wonder I didn't hear any movement. It turns out that he didn't follow me into the wisteria forest. Aoki's thoughts flashed, and his expression suddenly became stern. Ling Yuzi disappeared. Did she become invisible again? There was a faint sound of breaking through the air behind him, and Aoki's arm suddenly swept back. Wow! The arm passed through the air and touched nothing. Puff! He felt a pain in his back, and sharp claws pierced out of his chest. Aoki looked back again, but still couldn't catch any trace of Ling Yuzi. He calmed down. His speed and skills were completely crushed. Dong dong dong. The footsteps behind him were getting closer and closer. As Qingmu turned around, the bull-headed ghost was already in front of him. He took a defensive posture, crossed his arms and placed them across his chest. Boom! The huge force poured into his body with a violent shock wave, and countless wounds exploded all over Qingmu's body, turning him into a bloody man in an instant. With this force, he flew a distance and immediately turned around and ran away after landing. He couldn't beat either of these two ghosts, and he would definitely lose when facing their joint forces. But before Qingmu ran far, he was blocked by Ling Yuzi again, and a claw almost cut off his neck. After a slight delay, the bull-headed ghost caught up again. Crack! With his arms torn into pieces, Qingmu hit a big tree hard. After regaining his balance, he didn't dare to delay at all and immediately jumped to the side. A claw appeared out of thin air and sank into the trunk he had just leaned on. One is strong and attacks head-on, and the other is fast and can be invisible, responsible for harassment, interception and sneak attacks. With the cooperation of the two of them, I can't escape at all. Aoki took a breath. His eyes were still clear. He couldn't count how many times his arms were broken and how many holes appeared on his body. He was beaten badly and had basically no room to fight back. However, the two ghosts Ling Yuzi also fell into his previous troubles. They could suppress him and defeat him, but they couldn't cause any substantial damage to him, just consume some of his physical strength. But Aoki didn't relax because of this. He didn't forget his guess that there might be an upper string coming. Time is not on his side. The current situation must be broken. The key is Ling Yuzi. Aoki glanced at the red-eyed female ghost whose figure was fading quickly. Her speed was the fundamental reason why he couldn't get rid of the two ghosts and escape. However, she was very cautious. Before taking action, she would never show up. Every time she took action, regardless of whether it was successful, she would immediately become invisible again. There is no opportunity, so you can only create opportunities yourself. Boom! The huge fist came with amazing momentum, and the shock wave caused the surrounding air to distort a little. Qingmu crossed his arms and placed them across his chest. Bang! The flesh and blood on his arms collapsed and splashed everywhere, turning the surrounding area into a bloody hell. Snap! On the flesh and blood, a shallow footprint suddenly appeared, which could not be found without careful observation. However, as an excellent hunter, Qingmu also has a pair of eagle eyes, and he just has this observation ability. Finally caught you. It's worth my effort to cover the surrounding area with flesh and blood. Qingmu's eyes suddenly ignited with flames. He has a trump card, and he has been holding back and not using it, just for this moment. Blood boiling. Open. Boom. The blood in his whole body seemed to burn, and a few blood beads oozed out of the surface of his skin, and then turned into wisps of blood-colored mist, lingering around. It felt like his body wanted to explode, and there was an infinite power that wanted to vent. Boom! The ground exploded, and Qingmu's figure suddenly disappeared. Ling Yuzi, who was about to launch an attack, was stunned for a moment, and when she came to her senses, she found that Qingmu was already in front of her. Exposed. Impossible. He couldn't have found me, it was just a coincidence. Before she finished thinking, a violent fist hit her chest. Bang! The terrifying power instantly tore open the skin, crushed the bones, and destroyed the internal organs. How did his power become so much stronger? Ling Yuzi was horrified to find that there was a huge hole in her chest, and she was almost smashed in two by a punch. Aoki grabbed Ling Yuzi's neck, pounced forward, pushed her to the ground, and pinned her down. Let me go! Ling Yuzi screamed and attacked frantically with his claws. Behind him, the familiar sound of breaking through the air came. Bang bang bang! Aoki's head had several holes, and half of his chest was smashed. But the fire in his eyes became more intense, and he raised his fist. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Yuzi's body fell apart in less than a second. The neck was broken, the arm was torn from the shoulder, and the two thighs were broken into several pieces. Boom! When Aoki was about to completely blow Ling Yuzi's head off, a strong shock wave exploded behind him, knocking him away. If you dare to ignore me, you are seeking death. The Minotaur yelled. Aoki didn't pay any attention to his words. It's a pity. If I can devour a lower string, my experience will at least be enough for me to advance to level 1. Although he was a little regretful, he did not forget his real mission. He adjusted his posture, regained his balance, and ran into the distance without looking back after landing. He had been using ghost swallowing when attacking. It was impossible for Ling Yuzi to recover in a short time, and he was no longer able to move. It's time to run away. The Minotaur was stunned for a moment, looked at Ling Yuzi who was struggling and screaming, gritted his teeth and chased after him. The two ghosts chased each other and quickly disappeared into the jungle. But the Minotaur was not as fast as Aoki. The effect of Aoki's blood boiling had not ended yet, and his speed was far faster than usual. He soon lost track of Aoki. What are you doing? After confirming that he had really lost track of him, the Minotaur roared unwillingly and smashed the tree next to him with one punch, and had no choice but to turn around and return. Aoki was breathing rapidly, and every time he exhaled, a white mist would form, emitting amazing heat. He didn't know if the enemy had caught up with him, so he could only run desperately, the farther the better. Suddenly, the violent power in his body disappeared, and a strong sense of weakness emerged, as if all his strength was taken away in an instant. Aoki's legs softened and he fell heavily. Under the action of inertia, he kept rolling forward until he hit a rock and stopped. After 2 seconds, his numb head regained the ability to think. Hoo-hoo, why do I feel that the sequelae of using blood boiling now are more serious than when I was still a human? Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo, no, I can't stay here. If the enemy comes back, they will find me in an instant. Aoki supported his body and barely raised his head, and found that there was a river in front of him. Although this stream is not wide, the water level is not shallow, and the flow rate is very turbulent. This is, God helps me. With a weak smile, Qingmu didn't even have the strength to jump down. He struggled hard and fell into the river. Splash! Under the rush of the water, he slowly floated downstream, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Ding dong! Escape from death completed, the reward has been issued. Congratulations on your upgrade. The system prompt sounded faintly in his ears, but Qingmu no longer had the energy to check it. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Returning to the previous battlefield, the bull-headed ghost saw a strange scene. Ling Yuzi was self-harming. He couldn't help but say angrily, "The target has run away, what are you doing?" Ling Yuzi was even angrier than him. "Do you think I want to?" The ghost's attack has a strange power that will prevent the body from regenerating. I almost died, do you know? After that, she cut off a piece of meat from her shoulder, the wound slowly healed, and her face became a little paler. Prevent the body from regenerating. The bull-headed ghost was startled, looked at Ling Yuzi's still tattered body, believed her, and his tone softened. Then how do we report to that adult? We have done our best, that adults should not blame us, right? Ling Yuzi's face was not very good. Next time we meet, I must kill him. The bull-headed ghost growled angrily. Ling Yuzi lowered his head to deal with his body, without speaking. She didn't want to see that guy again. This ability to prevent the body from regenerating was too terrible. When she was pressed under him before, she really felt the approach of death. For her, her life was the most important. You, let the target go. A low voice suddenly sounded. Ling Yuzi and the bull-headed ghost both changed their faces. The voice was right beside them, but they didn't notice it at all before. The two ghosts slowly turned their heads to look. A figure stood quietly behind them. He was wearing a kimono with purple snake patterns and black spots, with long crimson hair in a high ponytail, red spots on the left side of his forehead and the right side of his neck, and a long sword on his waist. He looked like a human swordsman. The difference was his face. There were 6 eyes embedded in his face, and the irises of the 2 eyes in the middle were engraved with upper string and ichi, respectively. He exuded a heavy majesty. Ling Yuzi and the bull-headed ghost couldn't help but tremble, and a strong fear emerged in their hearts. One of the upper strings. Infinite Castle. Muzan Kibutsuji stood on the high platform, looking down at the bull-headed ghost and Ling Yuzi, with no emotion in his indifferent eyes. The two ghosts knelt on the ground, sweating coldly, and their legs trembling. Did you catch the target? Muzan Kibutsuji was calm, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. The bull-headed ghost looked up and said anxiously, Sir, don't blame me, it's Ling Yuzi, it was she who failed to intercept the target, so the target escaped. Ling Yuzi's face instantly showed a trace of astonishment, and then turned into strong resentment. Sir, that ghost has a strange ability that can prevent the body from regenerating. She pointed at the bull-headed ghost, it's him. It was he who didn't intercept the target when I was injured, so the target escaped. The bull-headed ghost roared in a low voice, intercepting the target itself is your responsibility. Shut up. Did I let you speak? Muzan Kibutsuji shouted coldly, and a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared on his body. Like a shock wave sweeping over, Ling Yuzi and the bull-headed ghost all vomited blood, their skin cracked, and their bodies were covered with wounds. Muzan Kibutsuji stretched out his hand, his arm turned into a thick flesh arm, and the position of his palm turned into a bloody mouth, and he opened his mouth and bit the bull-headed ghost. We must put the blame on Ling Yuzi. It's not easy to become one of the 12 demon moons, we must not die here. How did he know? The bull-headed ghost was stunned for a moment, and his heart suddenly contracted. That was exactly what he was thinking just now. Muzan's voice was cold. How did he know? He can read my thoughts. The bull-headed ghost's mind flashed, and then his whole body was cold. You really deserve to die. Muzan Kibutsuji said. Crunch. The mouth on the thick flesh arm chewed. The bull-headed ghost screamed immediately, and the regeneration ability that he was once proud of seemed to disappear. No, don't. Please spare me, sir. Onawusuji Muzan was unmoved and looked at him indifferently. The screams of the minotaur gradually became quieter, and after a moment, it was completely swallowed by the big mouth on the thick fleshy arm. Ling Yuzi knelt on the ground, his heart filled with fear. Muzan Kibutsuji turned to look at Ling Yuzi. You said the target has an ability that can prevent the body from regenerating. That's right, Ling Yuzi said anxiously. As long as the area injured by him cannot regenerate, the surrounding flesh and blood must be cut off before the regeneration ability can be restored, but regeneration consumes far more physical strength than usual. Ghost Dance Suji Muzan asked, is it a blood ghost technique? Ling Yuzi said tremblingly. I don't know, but he also used an ability that greatly increased his strength in an instant. It was because of this that I was caught off guard and was injured by him. Yeah, there was a hint of gloom in Kibutsuji Muzan's eyes. He realized more and more that his original carelessness might have been a huge mistake. There must be some secret in that human being. Ling Yuzi quietly raised his head and breathed a sigh of relief. If he wasn't killed, he must have survived, right? At this moment, her vision suddenly darkened. A big mouth fell from the sky, and he swallowed the leftovers in one gulp. Ling Yuzi didn't even scream, only a few drops of blood showed her ending. Onawusuji turned around and left with an expressionless expression. He doesn't need someone who only runs away when encountering a pillar and doesn't take his orders to heart. The moon was high in the sky. The village was quiet, with only the occasional barking of dogs echoing in the night sky. Shimura carried a bucket, bait and fishing rod and quietly slipped out of the house. His biggest hobby was fishing, but unfortunately his wife was too strict and never let him go fishing. He could only go fishing secretly in the middle of the night while his wife was asleep. Before dark, I made a nest with corn. I will definitely catch a few big fish today. Thinking of this, Shimura became more and more impatient and quickened his pace. When he arrived at the familiar fishing spot, he skillfully adjusted the line, hung the bait and cast the rod. The moment the fish hook was like water, Shimura let out a satisfied sigh. Today's night is really nice. Just when he was worried about whether he would be empty-handed again, the float suddenly sank into the water and the fishing line was tightened. I caught a fish so quickly. The moment Shimura picked up the fishing rod with great joy, his face changed again. The power is so great. A big catch. Soon he found that it was not only a big catch, but also him. The biggest fish ever seen. Shimura used all his skills and finally dragged the fish over after a very hard fight. Looking at the huge black shadow on the water, Shimura was a little confused. Isn't this too big? It feels bigger than a person. Is there such a big fish in this small river? As the black shadow got closer, Shimura's ominous premonition became stronger and stronger. It didn't seem to be a fish. Judging from the shape, it looked like a person. No, it's not like, it's a person. Is it a corpse? Did he commit suicide by jumping into the river, or did he accidentally fall into the water and drown? Shimura's heart was trembling, but he still suppressed his fear and slowly pulled the corpse over. There is no odor. Has he died not long ago? Shimura put down the fishing rod and planned to drag the corpse ashore. At this moment, his arm was suddenly grabbed. The corpse slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of cold golden vertical pupils. Shimura's heart stopped beating. 2 seconds later. Ghost. He let out a shrill scream, shook off the corpse's hand, and ran desperately towards the village, shouting as he ran. Ghost. There is a ghost. A look of apology appeared on Aoki's face. He had just woken up. How could he have thought that this would happen? This is compensation. I hope he won't have nightmares tonight. Grabbing a big fish weighing more than 5 kilograms and throwing it into a bucket on the shore, Aoki glanced at the village that was gradually becoming lively not far away, and jumped away. Not long after, a group of people came to the shore, holding weapons such as kitchen knives and shovels in their hands. Where is the ghost? Where is the ghost? Shimura pointed to his fishing spot tremblingly. I just fished the ghost out of the water here. People looked over. There was no trace of any ghost on the shore, only a wooden barrel and a big fish tumbling in it. The air froze. After a few seconds, someone said, Shimura, you didn't catch a big fish, so you deliberately said there was a ghost and asked us to come here to show off. I won't do that, Shimura said angrily. Besides, I didn't catch any fish at all. You mean, you met a ghost, and the ghost not only didn't hurt you, but also gave you a big fish. Shimura was also a little speechless. Anyway, I really saw a ghost. Someone asked, well, describe what the ghost looks like. Well, it has a pair of golden vertical pupils and looks very handsome. Shimura stopped talking here. He was so scared at the time that he didn't look carefully at all. Okay, that's it. Let's go back to sleep. The person next to him yawned. I really met a ghost, Shimura said unwillingly. Yeah, it was a kind ghost who looked very handsome, didn't hurt people, and gave people big fish. I hope I can meet one next time. Everyone left. Shimura wanted to say something else, but suddenly he felt a pain in his waist. Ah, wife, I'll settle with you when I get home. His wife threatened in a low voice. Shimura said aggrievedly. Wife, I really met a ghost. Even you don't believe me. His wife glanced at him. I want to settle with you for running out to fish in the middle of the night. No wonder you were always listless during the day recently. Shimura suddenly wilted. Pack up quickly, and don't forget to bring the fish. His wife said again. Shimura took the fish back in fear, and since then, he has never gone out to fish in the middle of the night again. Aoki found a rock and sat down, still feeling a little sore and weak. I didn't expect that the most effective skill of the hunter profession is boiling blood. Both crises were overcome by it. But the sequelae are really terrible. Aoki's mind moved, and the azure blue screen emerged. Name: Aoki. Strength: 13. Constitution: 11. Intelligence: 12. Agility: 11. Profession: Hunter, White Walker. Free attribute points: 2. Item: Ghost Wine Gourd. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV5 218 500ths. Skills: Ghost Blood 3, Space Shuttle not yet learned, Transparent World not yet learned, Ghost Swallowing. Free skill points: 2. Aoki didn't even bother to add the attributes, and his eyes went directly to the White Walker skill bar. Space Shuttle, learn. Learn it for me. Today, I was really bullied by 2 ghosts using blood ghost magic. But from now on, this kind of thing will never happen again. 2 skill points disappeared, and Aoki suddenly had an extra piece of information in his mind, and his body also had some subtle feelings. Apart from that, there was no change. The attributes did not increase, and the strength did not increase, but for the first time since the great change, a sincere smile appeared on his face. From then on, the sky was high for birds to fly, and the sea was wide for fish to jump. Wow! Aoki's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared 100 meters high. Before falling, his figure disappeared again. The space changed rapidly. 2 flashes crossed a vast jungle, and the village that was still a few kilometers away a moment ago was behind him in a blink of an eye. The breeze blew, and the grass swayed with the wind. Aoki lay on the grass. Half of his vision was the starry night sky, and the other half was the prosperous town. He played too hard, and now he has no strength left. However, Space Shuttle did not disappoint him. Vampire magic does not have a so-called cooling time, but for various reasons, it cannot be activated instantly. At present, Space Shuttle can be used once per second without being disturbed. The moving distance is not fixed. Simply put, it is the range he can see. Wherever he can see, he can reach it instantly. With his eagle eye, it can be said to be even more powerful. If it is in the sky, a shuttle can even reach dozens of kilometers. Of course, on the ground, especially in terrains such as jungles with many obstacles, the moving distance is greatly reduced. In addition, landing point control is also a difficult point, especially for long-distance shuttle. When he landed just now, the distance exceeded a little, and the knees were fused with the rock. Fortunately, he is a ghost. If he was a human, his legs would be useless. How to ensure that he lands accurately at the expected position will be a long-term research topic for him in the future. The only disadvantage of Space Shuttle is that it consumes too much energy. Not only is the physical energy consumed, but the mental energy is also extremely consumed. Moreover, the longer the distance traveled, the greater the consumption. This meant that Qingmu could not use space travel as he wished in a short period of time. It seems that intelligence will have to be paid more attention to in the future. Aoki stretched. Whether it's mental strength or control, it has a lot to do with intelligence. Speaking of this, I remember that there are still 2 free attribute points that have not been allocated. Aoki glanced at the system panel and added intelligence and agility. The power is enough for now. Because ghosts naturally have the ability to regenerate quickly, physical fitness is slightly less important. There is one last reward. A gourd appeared out of thin air in Aoki's hand. It was about 20 centimeters high and light yellow in color. It looked very ordinary. Is this the ghost wine gourd? After a while, Aoki's eyes showed strange color. Before getting the ghost wine gourd, he guessed that it might be a treasure that could collect ghosts and refine them into wine. Just like the purple, gold and red gourds in Journey to the West. In fact, his guess cannot be said to be wrong, it can only be said that it is irrelevant. The ghost wine gourd can only hold wine, not ghosts, and cannot be used in combat. Its special effect is that it can turn ordinary wine into ghost wine. The so-called ghost wine is wine that even ghosts can taste. To a certain extent, this is more precious than being able to collect ghosts. Some things are only known to be valuable after they are lost. Such as taste. During this period, everything he ate was like eating sand, and everyone knew the taste. Rather than having another means of fighting, being able to taste food again is more exciting. It's almost dawn. Aoki tied the ghost wine gourd around his waist, put on his sunshade hat, and walked down the mountain slowly. The consumption of blood boiling has not been recovered, and he was excited again. He used space shuttle too many times, and now he is a little weak. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain, it was already bright. Next to the short mountain is a wide road, with people and traffic coming and going. Further along the road, there is a very prosperous town. The high-rise compound is lined with shops and crowded with tourists. Aoki was wearing a bamboo hat and walking on the street, not attracting much attention. Along the way, he has seen more than one person wearing a hat. This is Azabu, and the place where he lived before is like two different worlds. The latter is still in ancient times, while the former has begun to enter modernity. Here, Aoki felt that he was in 1910, not 1810. From the busy street, enter a less busy lane. There are shops selling all kinds of food on both sides. Udon, ramen, tempura, sushi, eel rice, all kinds of food are available. When passing by a special store, Aoki stopped. This is a small shop with a red lantern hanging at the door with the words, Izakaya, written on it. Aoki's fingers lightly brushed the ghost wine gourd at his waist, then turned and entered the Izakaya. As seen from the outside, the space in the store is not large, with only 6 tables in total, separated by curtains, and there is a busy figure inside. It seems that it has just opened, and the izakaya is very deserted, with only one customer. Aoki glanced subconsciously, but couldn't help being stunned. She was a young girl in her prime, with a delicate face and a tear mole under each eye. She looked very cute. She was wearing a pink kimono embroidered with flowers, her chest was held up high, and she had an outstanding figure that did not match her age. However, the most eye-catching thing about her is neither her beautiful face nor her hot figure, but her long cherry pink hair braided in braids, with only the ends of her hair being light green. The girl seemed to be aware of his gaze, and turned to look over. A little surprise appeared on her pretty face, and a bright and sunny smile randomly broke out. Uncle Yokogi's sake and yakitori are great. Thanks. Aoki looked away as if nothing had happened, took off his bamboo hat, and sat down at the table at the edge. A charming woman came over, holding a plate with several side dishes in her hands, which she placed on the table one by one. What would the guest like to drink? Aoki took out the ghost wine gourd. Have a draft beer and help me fill it with sake. Guest, please wait. The woman picked up the ghost wine gourd and left. At the same time, a middle-aged man walked out from behind the curtain, holding a food box and a wine bottle in his hands. Xiaomiri, the grilled chicken skewers and sake you asked for are ready. By the way, I also put sakura cake in them. Thank you, Uncle Yokogi. The girl with cherry-colored braids took the food box and wine bottle with a smile, and ran outside happily. The middle-aged man shouted at her back, "Tell your father to let him come to the store to drink next time." Aoki quietly withdrew his gaze. Ganlu Temple Millie. This is the first acquaintance he has met in this world besides Muzan Onambutsuji, not counting Ryuko. He is not familiar with Ryuko. Calculating the time, Kanroji Mitsuri should not have joined the Demon Slayer Corps at this time. If he were still human, he might try to strike up a conversation, but now that he was a ghost, it was best to stay away from her. After sitting there pretending for a while, as the number of guests gradually increased, Aoki quietly left the izakaya. Facing the bright sunshine, he squinted his eyes. Let's find a place to live first. He decided to stop for now. His strength grew too fast, and his strength was far from what it should be. It's time to settle down. In the evening, a simple and honest young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes suddenly stopped Qingmu. Sir, I see that you have a unique bone structure and excellent talent. You are a rare martial arts genius. Do you want to join our dojo? Qingmu looked at him and said, unique bone structure. How did you see that? The simple and honest young man was stunned, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qingmu suddenly asked, who taught you that sentence just now? He could see at a glance that this was a complete sales novice. I learned it from a novel. The simple and honest young man was ashamed, and hurriedly explained, but I am not lying to you. Judging from your body shape and demeanor, you are really suitable for our Qingmu style. Qingmu style. Qingmu was stunned. Is this name serious? The honest young man said seriously. Aoki Ryu is a bare-handed fighting martial arts, known for its fast and smooth movements and continuous moves. Then we really have some fate. Aoki pondered slightly. Does your dojo have a place to live? Learning martial arts is indeed a good choice. In fact, he is not good at close combat, let alone bare-handed fighting. He basically fought on instinct before. This is also one of the reasons why he cannot exert his full strength. The honest young man was overjoyed. Yes, yes, yes. We have a lot of empty houses. As long as you are willing to join the dojo, you can live there for free. Then let's take a look. Aoki said. He could see that something was wrong, but he was skilled and brave, so he didn't mind going to see what was going on. Aoki Dojo covers a vast area, with exquisite and luxurious buildings, and looks very grand. It should be a very prosperous dojo. However, after Aoki came in, he found that it was not the case. There were few people in the dojo, and everyone he saw had expressions of worry, fear, anxiety, absent-mindedness, etc., and the air was filled with a repressive atmosphere. Keisuke Akiyama, a simple and honest young man, also became a little embarrassed, lowered his head and dared not look at Aoki. It's interesting. Aoki didn't care and hurriedly followed him into the dojo. But halfway through, they were stopped by a square-faced, majestic and upright middle-aged man. Keisuke, who is this? Keisuke Akiyama hurriedly said. Master, this is Amora who is about to join our dojo. Amora, this is my master, and the owner of Aoki Dojo, Kengo Mizuno. In order to avoid trouble, Aoki used the pseudonym Amora. Mizuno Kengo looked serious. Have you explained the problem of our dojo? Aoki was refreshed. Is the scene coming? Akiyama Keisuke hesitated and couldn't speak. Mizuno Kengo didn't scold him. He sighed and turned to look at Aoki. Recently, 2 girls have disappeared in the dojo, and the process is very strange. It has been rumored that they were taken away by ghosts. Whether to join the dojo, you must think carefully before making a decision. Ghost. Aoki was stunned, and then suddenly realized. No wonder the people in Aoki's dojo have some fear on their faces. No wonder such a luxurious dojo is so deserted. So this is the truth. I don't care about this kind of thing. Aoki directly expressed his attitude. Akiyama Keisuke excitedly said, this is nonsense. Amora, come with me, I'll take you to where I live. Mizuno Kengo naturally didn't say anything else, turned and walked in another direction, his back looked a little desolate. On the road, Keisuke Akiyama explained in a low voice, Amora, I didn't mean to hide it. In fact, young girls disappear in the town every year, and the number has been particularly high recently. It's not just our dojo, it's happening in many places. People disappear every year, and the number has been particularly high recently. Aoki frowned slightly. This ghost is very arrogant. Or is there more than one ghost here? What about the Demon Slayer Corps? Have they not received any news in these years? Keisuke Akiyama's face was gloomy. In fact, one of the 2 missing girls is my master's daughter. This incident has dealt a great blow to my master. If the other hard work of my master, Amora Dojo, also collapsed, I really can't imagine what the consequences will be. Aoki said, is this why you go out to promote and recruit people? I have no choice. In fact, you, Amora, are the only one willing to join the dojo. At this point, Keisuke Akiyama showed a grateful expression on his face. Aoki suddenly asked again, what is your relationship with your master's daughter? Keisuke Akiyama was stunned and silent. After a long time, he said, we are engaged. As expected, Aoki was not surprised. Keisuke Akiyama's words and attitude were basically from the perspective of the protagonist of the dojo. How could he be like this if he was just an ordinary disciple? Keisuke Akiyama took Aoki to his residence and left in a hurry. Aoki took off his sunshade hat and looked at his home for the next period of time. This is a house in the shade, so there is no need to worry about the sun even during the day. The room is very new and cleaned very cleanly. The basic furniture is complete. Just talking about the hardware, it is better than the one he lived in the mountains. After a simple tidying up, Aoki sat on a chair and fell into deep thought. For him, encountering a ghost is a good thing. Although he plans to keep a low profile, he will naturally not refuse to have an extra meal. Even if the ghost is very strong and can't be beaten, he has mastered space shuttle and can escape at any time. However, he is worried that the news of a large number of missing people will attract the Demon Slayer Corps. It's a small matter to expose his identity. If the cannibalism pot is put on his head, he will be angry to death. Qingmu quickly came up with a plan in his mind. It seems that we have to find the ghosts and kill them as soon as possible. In addition to the ghosts, there is another problem. He has no money. For most ghosts, money actually has no meaning. They don't have anything to buy, and even because of their image, they can't appear in front of humans openly. However, Qingmu is different. He doesn't want to hide in the deep mountains and old forests where few people go. To survive in human society, money is an indispensable thing. He has no shortage of means to make money. If he wants to make a lot of money, he can use his vision and knowledge that transcends the times to start a company and run a business. If he wants to make a stable income, he is still an excellent hunter. However, for ghosts, these ordinary jobs are not very suitable for him. I didn't expect that I would become a ghost and still worry about making money. If it doesn't work, I can only be a chivalrous thief. Well, this matter can be carried out simultaneously with the investigation of the ghost's traces. Qingmu's thoughts gradually became clear. Do it when you think of it. Qingmu put on a sun hat and went out again. He first checked the dojo, but found no traces of ghosts, so he prepared to expand the scope of the investigation. As soon as he went out, he met a familiar figure. The girl put her hands behind her back and jumped in her steps. Her cherry-colored braids swayed with her steps. She followed an elegant middle-aged man and seemed to be in a good mood. Does she live nearby? Aoki thought. A strange feeling emerged in Ganluji Milli's heart, and she subconsciously turned her head to look, when a figure wearing a bamboo hat came into view. Aoki nodded slightly towards her and walked in the other direction. Do you know him, M.I. Lee? The elegant man looked towards Aoki. Kanroji Mitsuri blinked. I met this gentleman when I went to buy wine for my father this morning. He came out of the Aoki dojo, and he should be planning to learn martial arts. The Aoki dojo is indeed good, and the master of the Mizuno gym is also an excellent martial artist. It's a pity. Having said this, the elegant man shook his head regretfully and warned, Millie, during these days, you must not go out alone at night. I know, Dad. Kanroji Mitsuri nodded and couldn't help but glance at Aoki again. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this gentleman was a little different. Late at night, Aoki sat cross-legged, with a low table in front of him and a blue and white porcelain bowl on the table. He picked up the ghost wine gourd and opened the lid. The smell of alcohol hit his face. After pouring the wine, the lid must be closed for at least 12 hours before ordinary wine will turn into ghost wine. Crash. Aoki filled the porcelain bowl with wine, picked it up and took a sip. The soft and delicate touch and the spicy stimulation of alcohol flood into my mind. Aoki looked a little dazed for a moment. The next day, Aoki officially started learning Aoki Ryu. However, he did not see Mizuno Kengo. Junior brother Chinkun, I will teach you the basic moves of Aoki Ryu first. After you master them, Master will teach you. Keisuke Akiyama said. After Aoki officially joined the dojo, he changed his name accordingly. I see. As for the beginner class and the advanced class, Aoki can easily understand them. In addition to him, there were 5 other people in the junior class who should have known about this situation a long time ago and also did not express any objection. Akiyama Keisuke hesitated for a moment and pointed to Aoki's bamboo hat. Junior Amora, will it affect your practice if you wear this? I have a skin disease and cannot be exposed to sunlight. Aoki explained calmly. Akiyama Keisuke was stunned and quickly apologized. Sorry, junior brother Chinkun. It doesn't matter. Aoki waved his hand. Brother, don't worry about me, I will write down the movements first, and then practice by myself when I get back to the room. Akiyama Keisuke thought for a while, nodded, and said nothing more. His level is quite good, his moves are standard, and his movements are smoothly connected. He has obviously mastered some of the essence of Aoki Ryu. While watching, Aoki practiced in his mind, and tried to break down and reorganize these moves. After class, he went straight back to his room, ready to start practicing immediately while his memory was clear. But before it started, there was a knock on the door outside. Aoki walked over and opened the door, and found that it was Keisuke Akiyama. He was surprised and said, "What's the matter, brother Keisuke?" "Junior Aomori, are you free this afternoon?" Keisuke Akiyama asked. Aoki shook his head. "I'm going to practice the moves I learned before." "Brother Keisuke, do you need help?" Akiyama Keisuke breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his honest face. "That's just right, I will teach you after lunch." Aoki said, "Brother Keisuke, it doesn't have to be like this." 13 points of intelligence gave him a thinking speed and memory ability that were far beyond ordinary people. It was not difficult to restore those moves from memory. Keisuke Akiyama has a firm attitude. "Since you come to our dojo to study, we are responsible for teaching you. This is our responsibility. What's more, your willingness to join the dojo now has already helped me a lot." Quote. "Then all trouble, brother Keisuke." Aoki did not refuse again. "It is definitely better if someone teaches you. This man with thick eyebrows and big eyes is really a real person." Afternoon. Keisuke Akiyama arrived as promised. One person teaches and the other learns. Time flies by and it's evening in a blink of an eye. Half of the sun fell into the sky and the sea, and the brilliant sunset dyed the sky red. Aoki practiced the basic moves of Aoki Ryu, which were fast and smooth, and the movements were precise, without any hint of the greenness of a beginner. After he finished typing, Akiyama Keisuke immediately walked over excitedly. "Junior brother Amora, I saw it right, you are the super genius of Aoki Ryu." Senior brother Keisuke is so complimentary. Aoki was also in a good mood. Aoki's style is indeed suitable for him. He has been thinking about how to establish his own combat system. Unlike the swordsman, it is fine to develop with the breathing method as the core. The characteristics and abilities of ghosts vary greatly, and there is no universal development path. You can only summarize, and create a fighting method that suits you. Aoki has never had any clear ideas. After getting started with Aoki Ryu, he immediately discovered that this path was suitable for him. Super high compatibility, strong intelligence, and good agility combined to form an extremely outstanding talent. He started learning Aoki Ryu and made rapid progress. Choosing to join Aoki Dojo was a very correct choice made by mistake. Akiyama Keisuke didn't stay long. After making an appointment for teaching tomorrow, he said goodbye and left, hurried to his master's residence. As soon as he entered the door, he found his master staring at a painting. It was a portrait of his fiancée. Mizuno Kengo closed the painting. "Keisuke, why are you here? What's the matter?" Akiyama Keisuke's mood also dropped. "Master, the new junior brother Chinkun is very talented. It can be said that he is the only one I have seen in my life. Do you think you should accept him as a disciple?" Mizuno Kengo's expression became more serious and he thought for a moment. "Observe him for a while first. Not only look at talent, but also look at character. Formal disciples are different from ordinary students, so you must choose carefully." Akiyama Keisuke naturally understood this truth, lowered his head and said, "I understand." After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Master, is there still no news about junior sister?" Kengo Mizuno shook his head slowly, and his straight back suddenly stooped a little. In the days that followed, Aoki focused most of his energy on studying. As a ghost, he does not need to sleep. With nutritional supplements, his physical strength is almost unlimited. As long as he can persevere mentally, he can continue to study and train. His hard work and outstanding talent allowed him to master and understand Aoki Ryu's basic moves and concepts by leaps and bounds. Even in order to avoid scaring Keisuke Akiyama, he had to hide his stupidity. As another girl missing, Aoki still allocates some time every day to search for traces of ghosts and relax his mind. He never gained anything. At the same time, people are still missing. Yes, Akiyama Keisuke's honest face was full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "As far as I know, that's a girl who will get married in 2 days. How arrogant," Aoki murmured. Even the prostitute Taro and the Dakimakami used the cover of the Flower Street. Who is this ghost and how dare he be so unscrupulous? In addition, why can't I find any trace of him? Amora, we are going to have a couple of drinks at the izakaya. Do you want to join us? Aoki's thoughts were interrupted. Forget it, you guys go. I have something to do today. Do you still want to continue practicing? Amora, you are really hardworking. It's late, so I can only work harder. Be careful. Aoki waved and said goodbye to them. Every day, he got along with others, and he naturally became familiar with them. Although they were not very close, there were no conflicts. After leaving the dojo, Aoki walked straight out of the city. He was going to practice outdoors today. He could practice indoors, but he had to be very careful to control his strength. There were benefits to doing this, such as training his control over strength. However, it was also very necessary to be familiar with the situation when he was at full strength. After finding a corner where no one noticed, Qingmu activated the space shuttle and appeared in a dense forest after several teleportations. The dense trees completely blocked the sunlight. The inside of the dense forest was quiet and dark, like two different worlds from the outside world. The ground was full of broken stones and broken trees, and it looked messy. Qingmu took off his sunshade hat, untied the ghost wine gourd, tightened his sleeves, and walked towards a huge stone covered with fist marks. Kanroji Mitsuri has been troubled recently. She was almost at the age of marriage, and girls of the same age were getting engaged one after another, but she remained silent. She has been different since she was a child. The more you eat, the stronger you become, and your body becomes terrifyingly strong. When she was a child, she was proud of this, but as she grew older, this specialness gradually turned into an annoyance. She was stronger than all men, so much so that no one dared to like her. As a girl, she hopes to marry a husband who is stronger than herself. This wish seems to have no possibility of being realized. Although her parents did not dislike her and told her that it was okay not to marry, but how could a girl not marry? She actually longs for love. Thinking about her troubles, Kanroji Mitsuri walked out of the town unknowingly and came to a dense forest on the outskirts. When the light disappeared and her vision dimmed, she suddenly woke up. Oops, I accidentally walked so far, I have to go back quickly. Ganluji Millie covered her mouth and turned to leave. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a strange noise came from the dense forest. She stopped and looked inside curiously. What sound? Unfortunately, the forest was too dense, blocking the sunlight, and the field of vision was too poor to see what was going on inside. What should we do? Kanroji Mitsuri blinked, feeling a little curious. Well, how about we go over and have a look? She looked around guiltily and walked quietly inside. She wasn't worried about her safety. Her powerful body has brought her a lot of troubles, but it also has some benefits, and safety is one of them. She fights really well. Even a sumo wrestler is far from her opponent. As we go deeper into the jungle, the strange noises become louder and louder. Climbing up a gentle slope, the field of vision suddenly opened up. Kanroji Mitsuri raised her little head and looked forward curiously. The next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Aoki stood in front of the boulder and performed the Aoki style. Aoki Ryu, Death Calamity. He moved instantly. Jabs, kicks, sweeps, the moves seem irregular and not fast, but when combined, they form a strange rhythm, like turbulent seawater, one wave after another, continuous and endless, suffocating. Aoki Ryu, Storm. Aoki's moves suddenly changed. Fists, elbows, knees, and feet, every part of his body instantly turned into a deadly weapon, violently hitting the boulder in front of him with a complex but not chaotic rhythm. Boom, boom, boom. A drum-like sound exploded in the air. The boulders became pitted and cracked on the surface. Boom. The boulder was torn apart and turned into countless rubbles, flying everywhere. It's done. Aoki couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. The formation of two killing moves means that he has finally mastered the basic moves of Aoki Ryu, and it also means that his combat system has taken initial shape. The rock is broken. Ganlu Temple covered his mouth with his hands, shocked and excited. Her muscle density is 8 times that of ordinary people. Her strength exceeded that of a sumo wrestler when she was a child. So far, she has never seen anyone stronger than herself. However, she couldn't break such a big rock. Is this real? Are there really such powerful people in the world? She wanted to see more clearly, so she stretched her little head forward, and suddenly her hand tilted, and her face came into close contact with the ground. It hurts. Who? Aoki turned around suddenly. Oops. Found out. Ganluji Millie walked out, a little embarrassed. Hello sir, we meet again. I didn't mean to peek at you, I just heard some strange noises and wanted to take a look. It's you. Aoki rubbed his forehead. Too careless. Ganlu Temple Millie was so close, but he didn't even notice it. If she were the enemy, the consequences would be disastrous. Although this was mainly because all his energy was focused on death, tribulation, and storm, it also sounded a wake-up call for him. This world is full of his enemies, so he cannot let his guard down at any time. Putting away his distracting thoughts, Aoki said, "Hello, Miss Ganluji, nice to meet you." Ganluji Millie's eyes lit up. Do you know me? I've heard of Miss Ganluji's name, Aoki said. The Kanroji family is not far from the Aoki Dojo. Kanroji Mitsuri is a celebrity in the neighborhood. Most people know her as a girl with a big stomach and strange strength. Kanroji Mitsuri was crestfallen. It turns out it's those bad reputations. Bad reputation. Aoki picked up the ghost wine gourd and sunshade hat, and said casually, Miss Ganluji, being strong is not a mistake. Others' criticism of you is more out of jealousy and fear. In fact, what you have is a very powerful talent. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are the chosen one. Quote. Really? Kanroji Mitsuri looked at him blankly. What's the use of this kind of talent? Would anyone like me like this? Aoki looked at Kanroji Mitsuri and chuckled. You can be more confident, compared to you, everyone else is just an ordinary person. As for the effects of this talent, there are so many. You can earn several times more than ordinary people by doing hard work. Quote. He didn't want to have a close relationship with Kanroji Mitsuri. Otherwise, when she joins the Demon Slayer Corps in the future, they may face the trouble of turning against each other. Totally annoying. However, he would not shy away from someone like a snake or a scorpion and deliberately stay in the cold. It is very foolish to worry too much about something that may not happen. Poof. Ganluji Millie laughed out loud, her eyes turned into crescent moons. Compared to you, sir, I am just an ordinary person. Aoki shook his head. It's different. Most of the other strong people become strong through practice, but you are born strong. Cultivation. Can ordinary people practice to be as strong as Mr. Ganluji? Ganluji Millie asked curiously, pointing her finger at her chin. Just call me Chinkun, Aoki said. Actually, there are people stronger than me. However, being able to practice and become stronger is also a talent in itself. The breathing method also requires talent, and there are very few who can reach the level of Zu. It turns out there are such strong people in the world. Kanroji Mitsuri felt that the world suddenly became very bright, and said enthusiastically, Mr. Chinkun, do you want to continue practicing? Can I go with you? No, today's training is over. Aoki shook his head. Then let's go back together. Kanroji Mitsuri was not disappointed at all, with a bright and sunny smile on her face. I have been very worried about my body recently. It was actually because of this incident that I mistakenly entered Mr. Chinkun's training place today. However, I am very happy now. On the way back, probably because it was the first time she saw the same kind, Kanroji Mitsuri was very excited and talked about her own affairs. Chapter 21. After parting ways with Mitsuri Kanroji, Aoki was stopped by Keisuke Akiyama as soon as he returned to the dojo. Junior brother Chinkun, there will be a practical training tomorrow. You should also participate. I'll forget it. Aoki declined. There's nothing to fight with ordinary people, it's not good for him or anyone else. Akiyama Keisuke thought he was worried about the sunlight, and quickly said, Junior brother, don't worry, the actual combat training is conducted in a shady room. Looking at his tired expression and slightly pleading eyes, Aoki thought thoughtfully and did not refuse. Okay, I will participate on time. If it weren't for Keisuke Akiyama, he might not have thought of learning martial arts at all, and he wouldn't have formed his own fighting system so quickly. Moreover, Keisuke Akiyama has always taken good care of him during this period. This small request should not be refused, both emotionally and rationally. The next day, many students at Aoki Dojo gathered together, and familiar people gathered together in twos and threes to chat. After a while, Kengo Mizuno led Keisuke Akiyama into the training room and said straight to the point, Today we will conduct actual combat training. Aoki followed the sound and looked. This was the first time he saw Kengo Mizuno after the day he first entered the Aoki Dojo. After not seeing each other for a few days, Mizuno Kengo looked more than 10 years older, his hair had turned white, and his face looked like he had gone through many changes. Kengo Mizuno said. Let's start the grouping now, Takeshi Hain and Mitsuki Hoi, Shunsuke Oura and Yasuo Kunakawa. Amora and Shigeyoshi Fujita. Hearing his name, Aoki looked at a muscular young man in front of the training room. Fujita Seiyu, a name he had heard a little bit about, was a student in the advanced class. It was said that his strength could rank among the top 5 among all current students. Shigeyoshi Fujita also happened to look towards Aoki. Eyes facing each other, he grinned, his eyes filled with aggression. Is it your first time to participate in actual combat training and be matched with such a strong opponent? Aoki sighed, actually feeling nothing. Compared to Aoki's side, which was alone, Fujita's side was much more lively. Shinkun, I remember he just joined the dojo not long ago, right? Have you learned the basic moves? This time Cheng Yang picked up a soft persimmon. Shigeyoshi Fujita crossed his arms and said calmly, actually, I would rather fight with a master. What's the point of torturing a rookie like this? Don't be careless, there must be a reason why the teacher arranged it this way. At least his physique is not bad. What could be the reason? I just want to teach that guy a lesson. Wearing that shabby hat all day makes me so annoying, let alone the teacher. A rich and fat young man interrupted their quarrel. Come on, bets are placed. How long will it take for the battle between Fujita and the rookie to end? 5 minutes, 3 minutes, or 1 minute? Everyone became interested. 3 minutes. The battle will definitely end in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, shit, I think Cheng Yang can take care of that rookie in 1 minute. Shigeyoshi Fujita took out 10,000 yuan and photographed it in the hands of a rich and fat young man, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Fujita, this is against the rules. The rich and fat young man shook his head and pushed the money back. Shigeyoshi Fujita didn't answer. I bet for 30 seconds. You are very confident. The rich and fat young man put away the money with a smile. Keisuke Akiyama said worriedly, Teacher, is it too radical to have Amora face Shigeyoshi Fujita in the first actual combat exercise? After all, Amora does not have any actual combat experience. Mizuno Kengo said, without a strong enough enemy, how can you see the true strength? If Amora really reaches the level you mentioned, even if he is inexperienced, he can still fight Fujita Shigeyu. Keisuke Akiyama knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion, and he could only pray that Junior Amora would perform as well as he should and inject vitality into his master's gradually depleting energy. The actual training went quickly. This kind of competition is not like an arena competition, which lasts for multiple rounds, and the winner can often be decided in a short time. The next group, Amora vs. Fujita Shigeyu. Hearing Keisuke Akiyama's voice, Aoki stood up, took off his hat, and walked into the field. Everyone's eyes were attracted to him, and there was a commotion in the training hall. Ah, this is Chinkun. I always thought Chinkun always wore a hat because of his appearance. Is it because he is too handsome? It's okay, I don't think it's too much. Shilu, he's so handsome. Shigeyoshi Fujita was also stunned for a moment, with a hint of jealousy on his face, and grinned, Rookie, protect your face, I like to slap you in the face the most. Haha, Aoki replied. For some reason, Fujita Chungyu felt a surge of anger. The battle begins. After Akiyama Keisuke's words fell, Fujita Shigeyuki rushed out instantly and stabbed Aoki's face with a straight punch like a javelin. Aoki turned slightly to avoid Fujita's fist, then stepped forward without retreating, instantly closing the distance with Fujita. Aoki Ryu, Storm. Storm means as violent as a violent wind and as dense as a heavy rain. Fists, elbows, legs, knees. The whole body turned into deadly weapons, like the most violent storm, sweeping over Fujita in an instant. In less than 3 seconds, Aoki withdrew his fist and retreated. Shigeyuki Fujita's body collapsed. The training hall suddenly became audible. Teacher, senior brother Keisuke, I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Aoki picked up his sun hat, said hello to the two, and left the training room. Only then did the others gradually come to their senses. Keisuke Akiyama rushed to Fujita Naoki and checked him before he felt relieved. Fortunately, he's still alive. The attack of junior brother Amora just now was too terrifying. Just watching it made people's scalps numb. He was really worried that Fujita Naoki was beaten to death. The training room became more and more noisy. What's going on? What happened? I just yawned and Fujita Naoki fell down. It's too scary. It's too scary. I can't even breathe just looking at it. What moves did Amora use just now? Is it our Aoki style? Why have I never seen it before? Are you stupid? How could it be Aoki style? You are stupid. That's Aoki style. You can't tell. It's your level that's not good enough. Kengo Mizuno looked a little dazed. It was indeed Aoki style. The way of punching, the transition between moves, etc. are all completely the way of Aoki style. But that is not Aoki style. Because Aoki style does not have such a violent move. Several friends of Fujita Chungyong were dumbfounded. How could a little white rabbit that was easy to bully suddenly become a terrifying Tyrannosaurus that can eat people? The fat young man looked weird. How long did this fight take? 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Anyway, it must be less than 10 seconds. He made a lot of money. However, the process and result of this fight were completely opposite to what was expected. The fat young man also remembered another thing. Fujita Chungyong also made a lot of money. But I don't know if he still wants this money. After knowing this, is he happy or sad? For Aoki, the actual combat training was just a small episode. If it weren't for Keisuke Akiyama, he wouldn't even participate. After coming out, Aoki heard that someone was looking for him. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw the girl with cherry-colored pigtails who was sticking her head out and looking into the dojo. Miss Kanroji, why are you here? Seeing Aoki, Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes suddenly lit up, and she trotted over and raised the food box in her hand. Mr. Amora, I prepared cherry cakes, let's taste them together. Aoki pondered slightly. Then go to my room. Sakura cakes are impossible to eat, so you can only use the excuse of practice to avoid them. Kanroji Mitsuri picked up a piece of cherry cake and took a small bite. The fragrance of cherry blossoms, glutinous rice and bean paste blended from the tip of her tongue into her mind. She squinted her eyes happily, ate the whole cherry cake in one breath, then held the cup with both hands, drank a few sips of tea, and looked up. Aoki's expression was serious, and he practiced the basic moves of Aoki style in a serious manner. When practicing indoors, he had to be very careful to control his strength, which not only helped to improve the control of strength, but also allowed him to feel the details of Aoki style from another angle. Seeing him stop, Kanroji Mitsuri blinked. Mr. Amora, you said that practicing to become stronger is to rely on this kind of martial arts. Of course not. You can become stronger by relying on martial arts, but you can't break the limit of your body. Aoki replied. Then how to do it? Kanroji Mitsuri picked up another piece of cherry cake and stuffed it into her mouth, her face was puffed up. Breathing method. Only by breathing method can you become a real strong man. Aoki sat down next to him and poured himself a glass of wine. Kanroji Mitsuri asked curiously, where can I learn breathing method? Breathing method is in the hands of the Demon Slayer Corps. Aoki said. Demon Slayer Corps. Are the people there as strong as Mr. Amora? Kanroji Mitsuri asked in a daze. Aoki thought about this question seriously for a while before saying, most of them are not as good as me, and a few may be stronger than me. He thought that his strength should have reached the level of the lower string at this time. No one below the pillar should be his opponent. As soon as Kanroji Mitsuri left, Akiyama Keisuke came to him. Junior brother, your performance in today's actual combat training was really outstanding. There was still some shock on his face. Aoki said, Senior brother, you are too good. It just so happens that I also have something to say to senior brother Keisuke. I will not attend the future courses. Why? Akiyama Keisuke was stunned. Because I am ready to leave. Aoki said. He would stop to integrate forces and sort out the combat system. Now that the goal has been achieved, it is natural for him to leave. What? Keisuke Akiyama was shocked. Is junior brother Amora dissatisfied with the dojo? It has nothing to do with the dojo. Aoki shook his head and said, I was just passing by. It's been a long time now. It's time to leave. Keisuke Akiyama was still a little unwilling, and gritted his teeth, but junior brother Aoki's killer moves have not been learned yet. For me, these basic moves are enough. Aoki said. Those killer moves were created for humans, but they have no meaning to him. Hearing the determination in his voice, Keisuke Akiyama no longer insisted, and said dejectedly, "Okay, then I won't bother junior brother." After saying goodbye to Aoki, Keisuke Akiyama went to see his master. But before he could speak, Kengo Mizuno said, "He refused, right?" "Master, how do you know?" Keisuke Akiyama said. "But, in fact, I didn't have time to speak." He told Kengo Mizuno about their conversation. Mizuno Kengo's expression was a little complicated. From the moves that Chinkun used during the day, it can be seen that he has already mastered the Chingmu style and walked out of his own path. Naturally, he does not need to continue to learn our Chingmu style. Walk out of his own path. Akiyama Keisuke was shocked. Isn't he already a master? He knew that junior brother Chinkun was very powerful, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful. That's good. For a genius like Chinkun, learning fixed killer moves will only hinder his growth. Mizuno Kengo said. Although he has walked out of his own path, no matter what, he is also from my Chingmu style. Akiyama Keisuke looked at it and found that the teacher's spirit was okay and did not seem to have suffered too much. Only then did he slowly put his mind at ease. However, junior brother Chinkun was leaving, and all the previous ideas were in vain. If he wanted to cheer up the master, he could only think of other ways. Night fell. Aoki quietly left the dojo and flew across the roof like a dragonfly skimming the water. He planned to work hard these few days and make a final effort to see if he could find the evil ghost. If he really can't find it, he can only give up. He can't spend all his time here. At most, he can find an opportunity to quietly tell the news here to the Demon Slayer Corps. After a busy night, he got nothing. Aoki sat cross-legged on the eaves, with a thoughtful look on his face. The ghost couldn't be caught today, and before dawn, he decided to start another task first, find someone to borrow some money. These days, he has actually been doing this, but it's not very smooth. No matter how thieves and prostitutes are behind the scenes, on the surface, those rich people are cleaner than one another. Of course, this is also because he is weak and spends most of his energy on finding ghosts. What he is thinking now is, whose card should he turn? Aoki suddenly thought of today's actual combat training during the day. His opponent was Shigeyoshi Fujita. To be precise, it was his last name. I remember that I found out before that there is a Fujita family in the city, which runs a steel company. It has strong financial resources, great influence, and seems to have a good reputation. Well, today's lucky guy was born. Quote, Aoki's previous investigation targets were mainly families and wealthy people with bad rumors, and philanthropic celebrities like Fujita were not included in the selection. After all, a rumor may come out of nowhere without a reason. However, he also knows that people cannot be judged by their appearance. How could the true face of a huge family be as simple as it appears on the surface? Aoki's figure disappeared silently. There are bright lights, numerous buildings, and guards at every corner. The entire manor was like an iron barrel, not even a mouse could sneak in without permission. But today, the strict Fujita manor received an uninvited guest. Aoki stood on the roof of a 3-story building, looking down, his figure almost blending into the night. The financial resources are indeed strong. Judging from the size of the estate, the Fujita family is the richest family he has encountered since he started investigating. However, this also brought him a problem. There are so many houses, where should I start investigating? Aoki had no good idea but to start with the more important houses. As for which houses are more important, you can tell based on the status of the guards. Important rooms either have guards standing guard at the door, or the door is closed. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to sneak in silently. But for Aoki, as long as there is a slight gap, everything is unimpeded. When the search for the third house was found, it finally paid off. Aoki leaned against the wall, holding a letter in his hand and looking at the big bed in front of him. In the middle of the bed was an astonishingly fat man, and the other 3 were all young girls who looked like they had just grown up. Interestingly, only one of them is yellow, and the remaining 2 are a blonde white guy and a curly-haired dark-skinned hottie. Have you learned a foreign language in this era? Really good at playing. Aoki looked at the letter in his hand again. The content of the letter was very simple. One of the people named Muto asked Fujita to have tea. What's interesting is the place for tea, Yejisha. I remember Yejisha as an art museum. Aoki said silently to himself. Going to an art gallery for tea. Aoki put the letter back, glanced at the fat man on the bed, and disappeared quietly. Yaheim Society is located in the downtown area, covering a vast area, with elegant and exquisite buildings, and it looks like it has a strong artistic atmosphere. Is this just an ordinary luxurious art gallery? Is there any secret hidden inside? Aoki stopped for less than a minute, and two men walked up to him, blocking his sight, with indifferent expressions and threatening tones. This is private territory, no approaching. Leave as soon as possible, otherwise we will take compulsory measures. Aoki did not insist, glanced at the two, and turned away. Such vigilance aroused his suspicion. However, it was already dawn, and it was not convenient to do it, so he would come back at night. Aoki did not return to the dojo, but found a secluded place outside the city and started training. Although he was not in the dojo, his legend was everywhere in the dojo. A day later, the students of Aoki Dojo still remembered the brutal and gorgeous storm. The two students gathered together and discussed very enthusiastically. After I went back, I tried many times, not to mention being as smooth as Amora, I even often had my hands and feet fighting. He, I didn't waste that effort. I asked my senior brother yesterday, and he said that move requires very high coordination and flexibility of the body, and understanding of Aoki style, which is not something that ordinary people can learn at all. Oh, what a pity. That move is so cool, it's simply my dream move. Suddenly, both of them shut up. Fujita Chungyong walked by with a gloomy face. After he walked away, the two students looked at each other, and their faces became strange. I thought he was too embarrassed to come to the dojo. Don't say that, it was just a training match after all. However, I did hear another interesting thing. It is said that they made a bet yesterday, and Fujita Chungyong bet that the fight will end within 30 seconds. Ha, he bet right and won a lot of money. However, it is said that when he got the money, his face was uglier than a fly. Fujita Chungyong punched the training dummy with a hideous and angry look. No matter where he went, he could hear people discussing yesterday's fight. He felt like he was slapped again and again, and his face was about to be smashed. He wanted to treat that fight as a normal training match, but those fools kept discussing and looked at him with strange eyes. When he saw their faces, he wanted to rush up and trample them to pieces. Of course, he hated that fool Chinkan the most. It was all because that fool hid his strength and used weird tricks that he lost so badly. Only then will he become a laughing stock. The faces of several friends nearby were a little embarrassed. He boasted too much yesterday and lost too badly, so everything he said now sounded like a mockery. A young man with a hoarse face pondered for a while and said, Chungyong, do you want to teach him a lesson? Fujita Chungyong's face was as gloomy as water. How to teach him a lesson? Hit him secretly with a club. Or just beat him up in a group? Obviously, he not only considered this issue, but also considered specific methods. The young man with a hoarse face shook his head. Tisk, how boring is that? Of course, we must beat him, but we have to beat him openly. Do you have a way? Fujita Chungyong's face was still gloomy, but his expression became serious. Others also looked over curiously. The horse-faced youth laughed sinisterly. Isn't there a legend about ghosts eating people? Let's just put the blame on Chinkan and spread the news that Chinkan is the ghost who eats people. Fujita Chungyong frowned and said, even if we spread the news, I'm afraid few people will believe it, right? The horse-faced youth was full of confidence. That's easy. Just find more evidence. Do you still remember Chinkan's eyes? Everyone nodded. Not only did they have an impression, but they were very impressed. The horse-faced youth said, we say that those eyes are the sign of a ghost. In addition, Chinkan wears a hat all day, covering himself up and sneaking around, also to hide his identity. The person next to him hesitated and said, I heard that he wears a hat because he has a skin disease and can't see the sun. The horse-faced youth said, you idiot. I don't care what the real reason is for him to wear a hat. The key is how to say it is more beneficial to us. Who can tell the truth from the false? As long as someone suspects it, it's enough. We don't really want to prove that he is a ghost. As long as the rumor spreads, we can find an excuse to come to his door. At that time, whether it is to beat him up or something else, isn't it still us who have the final say? Fujita Chungyang's eyes gradually brightened. This is a good idea. Not only can you beat that fool up to vent your anger, but you can also disgust him severely. The horse-faced young man's thoughts became more and more clear. We can also make a fuss about the battle yesterday. Why does Qingmu have such powerful moves? Because he is a ghost. By the way, Shinkan has just joined the dojo. Why is he so strong? It's all because he is a ghost. Ha ha ha, there are so many evidences, I'm not afraid that no one will believe it. Fujita Chungyang sneered. Done. However, this is not convincing enough. I will go to my uncle. He is the manager of Fujita Steel Company and has a wide network of contacts. Let him find 2 policemen to help catch the ghost. The horse-faced young man sneered. Then just arrest him and give him a lesson he will never forget. The person next to him gasped. Hey, there's no need to be so cruel, right? I heard that in today's prisons, even if you don't die, you will still have to shed your skin. The horse-faced young man shrugged his shoulders. What does that have to do with us? He is a ghost. Wouldn't it be better to be locked up? Akiyama Keisuke frowned. His face looked a little ugly, and he hurriedly walked towards the dojo. Things were a bit troublesome and he had to inform his master of the situation as soon as possible. When he arrived at the door, he saw a girl with strange hair color wandering in front of the door. He went over and asked, Miss Ganluji, what can I do for you? Kanroji Mitsuri's eyes lit up. Can you call Mr. Amora for me? Really? He remembered that this Miss Ganlu Temple came to see junior brother Chinkan yesterday. Akiyama Keisuke said quickly. Junior brother Chinkan is not in the dojo now. Yeah, Kanroji Mitsuri looked disappointed. Akiyama Keisuke added. In addition, there was an accident in the dojo today, which is not good for junior brother Chinkan. Miss Ganluji, if you see junior brother Chinkan, please help me tell him not to return to the dojo for the time being. The rumor that Chinkan is a harmful ghost spread for some reason. Of course he didn't believe it, and he didn't take it to heart at first. However, the police suddenly came and wanted to arrest Chinkan by name. Things got out of hand. Please Miss Ganluji, if you see junior brother Chinkan, please tell me. I have something else to do and will go back to the dojo first. Akiyama Keisuke bowed slightly and left in a hurry. In the end, what happened? A trace of worry appeared on Kanroji Mitsuri's face. She glanced into the Aoki dojo, turned around and left. Night falls. Qingmu returns to Yejish again. He stands on the roof of a nearby building and looks into the distance. Gray roof, white walls, and a few cherry trees planted in the corner. It doesn't look special from the outside. It seems that we have to go in and take a look. Qingmu looked at a window on the second floor, and his figure suddenly disappeared. There were paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, and an incense burner on the table. Green smoke rose, and the distant and light fragrance diffused in the air. It was a very elegant room. Unfortunately, Qingmu didn't have the heart to appreciate it. He quickly checked all the rooms, but still didn't find what he wanted. Is it another wasted trip? But I always feel that something is wrong. Qingmu's expression suddenly moved while he was in a deep voice, and he looked at the door, and then his figure disappeared quietly. A group of people walked in. The leader was extremely fat and short, and looked like a huge meatball from a distance. Next to him were 2 middle-aged men of similar age, both of whom were pot-bellied and bloated. There were more than a dozen people following the 3 men, all dressed as bodyguards. Click, click, click. A wall with a cherry blossom pattern suddenly split in the middle, revealing a deep passage. 3 middle-aged men entered in a line, and walked hurriedly into the depths of the passage. The bodyguards automatically dispersed and guarded key locations such as windows and doors. The cherry blossom pattern wall slowly closed. At the moment it was completely closed, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the passage, and even the bodyguard who had been staring at the wall did not notice the problem. No wonder I felt something was wrong. Aoki looked at the deep passage and finally knew where his weird feeling came from. The space inside the attic was far less large than it looked from the outside. It turned out that part of the space was hidden. At the end of the passage, there were 2 guards. Aoki quickly deduced several times in his mind and found that it was difficult to sneak in without alerting the 2 people. He could only take a risk. If he failed, then he would fail. He did not have to investigate secretly. According to the current situation, he felt that he had a high probability of getting what he wanted here. The air rippled, and a figure quickly emerged. The magnificent palace was quiet, and the crystal lamp on the roof emitted a soft light. Qingmu's eyes were full of surprise. He thought this would be some dark secret base, but he didn't expect it to be so luxurious. However, now is not the time to be dazed. He did not hesitate to start the space shuttle again. The moment his figure disappeared, a guard also looked over and asked in confusion, "Did a black shadow flash just now?" His companion glanced at him. "Did you see it wrong? There is not even a fly here. Maybe I'm too tired, you don't know that woman yesterday." Qingmu used space shuttle continuously and finally found a safe area. Unlike the magnificent palace just now, the light here is dim, the space is small, and it is very depressing. It is somewhat like what he originally imagined. Is this a prison? Qingmu simply checked the surroundings and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. On both sides are cramped rooms with no windows, closed doors, and even places that look like food delivery ports. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps. Aoki hid in the shadows and looked over. 3 women walked over here. The leader was a middle-aged woman in her early 40s. She was holding a rope in her hand, and the other end was tied around the necks of 2 girls. Aoki stared at one of the girls in confusion. She had a soft face and a slim figure. Even with her hair disheveled at this time, she could be seen as a very outstanding beauty. But it was not her looks or appearance that attracted him, but because he had seen this girl before. When Keisuke Akiyama was instructing him, a photo accidentally fell out of his pocket. It was his missing fiancée, who looked almost exactly like the girl in front of him. Could it be Mizuno Teiko? Wasn't she caught by a ghost? Why is she here? Aoki turned his head and suddenly realized that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. It was just a rumor that Mizuno Teiko was caught by a ghost, and it had never been confirmed. He immediately thought of another question: what about the other missing people? Is the criminal a ghost or a human? The middle-aged woman screamed, "Go in. This is your last chance. If you don't study hard tomorrow, don't blame me for being rude." Bang! The door closed. Listening to the footsteps gradually fading away, Mizuno Teiko slowly collapsed, her face full of despair and fear. A sudden sound rang in the room. Mizuno Teiko turned her head subconsciously, and then her eyes widened instantly. Aoki covered her mouth, raised his index finger and put it in front of her mouth. Shish! Mizuno Teiko gradually calmed down, the panic in her eyes dissipated, replaced by curiosity and doubt, and nodded repeatedly to show that she understood. Aoki let her go, took a step back, and said straight to the point, "Are you Miss Mizuno Teiko?" Mizuno Teiko nodded and looked at Aoki carefully. "I am Mizuno Teiko, may I ask who you are?" Aoki did not answer, and asked again, "Where is this place? Have you been here since you were arrested?" "I've been here since I woke up from my coma." A trace of fear appeared on Mizuno Teiko's face. "I don't know where this place is. There are many women who have been captured here. Everyone's fate is different. Some are missing after being taken away, and some are scarred every day. It was like suffering inhuman torture. Some, like me, were forced to learn various techniques to serve men and were brainwashed into slaves. If they resisted a little, they would be beaten and scolded. I once saw 2 girls strangled to death." Quote. "I see." Aoki stood up. "You stay here first, I will come to rescue you later." Just as Mizuno Teiko spoke, the mysterious man in front of her suddenly disappeared again. After being in a daze for a while, she leaned against the wall, slowly sat down, hugged her shoulders, and huddled up. She didn't know if the mysterious man would come back. She wasn't even sure if it was real or if the mysterious man was her hallucination. Aoki left the cell area and suddenly felt that the air had become hotter, and a strange burning smell filled the surroundings. Following the smell and taking a few steps forward, a huge room appeared in front of him. The most eye-catching thing in the room is the huge stove in the middle. The mouth of the stove is open, the white flames are beating inside, and waves of heat sweep across the surroundings. There was a cart next to it, and there were 3 naked female corpses on the cart. Their bodies were covered with wounds, and their faces still showed despair and fear. 2 people wearing masks walked towards the cart. How many bodies is this week? Stop meddling in your own business. I mean, it's such a waste for such a good woman to die like this. Are you worried about the lack of women here? I will send you 2 tomorrow. As they talked, they lifted the female body and walked towards the stove. Just as they were about to throw the female body into the furnace. Poof! 2 heads soared into the sky. Aoki's figure appeared next to him. Looking at the headless corpse, he coldly uttered 2 words, deserves to be killed. This was his first time killing someone, but he didn't feel any discomfort in his heart. His mind was filled with strong killing intent. He fully understood what this place was, and he also understood one thing: there were no innocent people here. Harming people in the name of ghosts, and ultimately having the ghost judge the crime, it's really a cycle of cause and effect, and retribution is unpleasant. Aoki glanced at the 3 female corpses, picked up a piece of cloth from the side, covered them, turned and left. As soon as Aoki walked out of the incinerator room, 2 guards wearing armor and carrying long swords came towards him. They were stunned for a moment, then their expressions changed drastically, and their palms quickly reached for the handle of the knife. Aoki turned into a black shadow and passed between them. Their expressions instantly stiffened, and their heads fell with a thud. The killing began silently. Aoki, who had already sentenced everyone here except the victim to death, showed no mercy. Headless corpses fell down one after another, and blood gathered into rivers and flowed on the ground. This is a luxurious palace, gorgeous yet solemn. There were dozens of girls in the palace, all wearing a variety of extremely revealing palace costumes that looked like erotic clothes. At least a third of them are underage. 3 middle-aged men with big bellies were naked and enjoying the services of the girls. Crunch. The palace door opened and everyone looked over. Aoki slowly walked into the palace, his cold gaze fell on the 3 naked men. Found you. Fujita frowned and said displeased. Is this where you should be? Get out of here. Poof. The 2 people next to him turned into headless corpses and fell, and Aoki's figure appeared next to them. Fujita was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat, but hit a chair and fell heavily. Wait, do you have something to say? It's so easy to die, it's an advantage for you. Aoki swept his right leg. With a pop, there was another corpse on the ground. Stay here for now, don't run around. Aoki glanced at the girls who were either numb, fearful, excited, or crazy. Without saying anything, he turned and walked outside. The culprit has been found guilty, but the trial is not over yet. Half an hour later, Aoki gathered all the victims in the palace. Looking around, they are all young girls, the youngest is less than 10 years old, and the oldest is no more than 20. He made a rough estimate and found that the number was at least over 200. This is without knowing how many people died. You are free, let's go. Aoki said simply, and his figure disappeared like foam in the sun. It was quiet in the palace, and there was no movement at all. All the girls had confusion, anxiety and disbelief on their faces. The surprise came so suddenly that they couldn't believe it for a moment. 2 seconds later, no one knew who was taking the lead, and everyone ran frantically toward the exit. Mizuno Teiko looked at the corpse on the ground, stepping on the blood and running wildly. There was no fear in her heart, only full of excitement. The moment she rushed out of the door and saw the starry sky, her eyes suddenly blurred. Aoki stood on the roof of Yeji Club, looking at the girls who were crying and hysterically venting their emotions, sighed, and flew away. Sometimes, people can be scarier than ghosts. Stepping on the moonlight, Aoki walked towards the dojo slowly. His mood has recovered. There are so many problems in this world that he can't control them. What's more, he is just a ghost now, an alien. After the truth is exposed, people may be more afraid of him than those villains. Just live your own life. Just thinking about it, Aoki arrived at the dojo. Before Aoki could enter the door, his arm was pulled by someone and dragged to the side. Go, 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 Keisuke Akiyama said in a hurry. Aoki let him drag him. Brother Keisuke, what happened? Let's talk about it later. Let's. Keisuke Akiyama stopped talking halfway. A group of people blocked their way. Where do you want to go? Fujita Nariyuki grinned and looked at Aoki with high spirits. After waiting for a day, he was still caught by him. There were 2 policemen standing on his left, and a horse-faced youth on his right. All of them were aggressive, and it was obvious that they were not here for good. Keisuke Akiyama looked unhappy. Brother Fujita, it's just a combat training. There's no need to do this, right? How about this? I'll apologize to you on behalf of Brother Amora. If you have any other requests, you can also say it. Aoki ignored Fujita Chungyang and looked at Keisuke Akiyama. This brother looked honest and dull, but in fact he was sincere and upright, and he was flexible, which made him look like a fool. Brother Keisuke, this matter has nothing to do with combat training. We are here to catch ghosts. Fujita Chungyang deliberately emphasized the word, ghost. Catch ghosts. Me. Aoki was attracted by this and turned his head in surprise. What's the situation? Exposed. But why didn't I see anyone from the Demon Slayer Corps? Do you want to catch me with 2 policemen? Fujita Chungyang didn't say anything. A policeman stood up and shouted righteously. We now suspect that you are related to the serial disappearance case, and we need you to go back with us for investigation. Aoki was thoughtful. It seems that you have no evidence, but you are trying to put the blame on me. Ordinary people would never have this attitude when facing ghosts. These people probably don't even know what a ghost is. Otherwise, it is impossible to say such ridiculous words and do such ridiculous things. Unfortunately, they came too late. If this happened yesterday, it would really disgust him. Fujita Chungyang sneered. Who said we don't have evidence? Your eyes are the symbol of ghosts. Do normal people have eyes like that? You wear a hat all day, which must be to cover up your identity as a ghost. Aoki's expression was a little weird. If they hadn't exposed that they knew nothing about ghosts, he would have been really scared. All of this is what they imagined out of thin air. Then they are really talented. The horse-faced youth added gloomily. He was not in the dojo all day today. He may have gone out to harm people again. Officer, I suggest arresting him as soon as possible. The 2 policemen looked at each other, holding their weapons, and walked towards Aoki. I advise you to surrender and don't resist in vain. Wait a minute. Akiyama Keisuke was about to speak when Aoki stopped him. Brother, I will handle this matter myself. After saying that, without giving him another chance to speak, Aoki walked straight forward and looked at the 2 policemen. Facing the pair of golden vertical pupils, the 2 policemen felt an inexplicable jump in their hearts and subconsciously slowed down their pace. After coming to their senses, they felt angry. I was actually frightened by the eyes. They pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Aoki. One of the policemen shouted sternly, "You'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Fujita Nariyuki shouted, "Officer, please be safe. He is a martial artist and is always ruthless. He may resist arrest violently." The horse-faced young man laughed sinisterly. "Officer, do you need help?" "Yes, we can all help." Fujita Nariyuki rubbed his hands, looking impatient. The 2 policemen knew very well what they were doing today, and immediately followed suit. "Okay. I'll leave it to you then." Fujita Nariyuki, the horse-faced young man and others immediately surrounded them. At this moment, a black shadow passed by. Puff! 2 arms holding weapons flew up. The expressions of the 2 policemen changed from dull to frightened, their faces gradually twisted, and their mouths opened. Bang bang! Aoki kicked up. They flew more than 10 meters away like broken sacks, fell heavily to the ground, and then covered their broken arms and screamed in pain. Ah! Fujita Chungyang and others were stunned at first, and then they took a few steps back after they came to their senses. You injured the police. I didn't kill this kind of scum directly, which was already a mercy for me. Aoki looked at Fujita Chungyang and said lightly, "What is your relationship with the Fujita family of Fujita Steel Company?" Fujita Chungyang swallowed his saliva and found that something was wrong. "My uncle is the manager of Fujita Steel Company, and I am a branch of the Fujita family. If you dare to touch me, the Fujita family will never forgive you. Everyone in the Fujita family deserves to die." Aoki's voice turned cold. Yeji society was established by the Fujita family to win over those high-ranking officials and dignitaries, and to provide a den for people to discover dark desires. Not just Xingyu, including even darker, more inhumane twisted desires. With his identity, it is impossible for him to judge the Fujita family one by one, but he will not show mercy to those who come to him. What? Fujita Chungyang was stunned, and then with a puff, his huge head soared into the sky, and hot blood spurted out from the broken neck, splashing all over the people around him. especially the horse-faced young man who was closest to him. His head and face were covered with blood, and the whole person was completely dumbfounded. Boom! Fujita Chungyong's head fell to the ground and rolled twice. Ah! The horse-faced young man and others were awakened by the sound, and they collapsed all of a sudden, screaming out of control, and desperately began to run away. Stop! Aoki's calm voice sounded in the night sky. Everyone's footsteps stopped abruptly, turned around, and looked at him with fear. Who can tell me what happened? What is your purpose in framing me? Everyone looked at the horse-faced young man in unison. The horse-faced young man, who was already trembling with fear, pissed and vomited at the same time when he heard this. No. It's not me. I didn't want to hurt you. It's Cheng Yang. Yes, it's all Fujita Cheng Yang. He made me do it. No, he was the one who proposed to frame you. The companion next to him exposed him without hesitation. All the methods were thought up by him. You dare to hurt me? The horse-faced young man's eyes were red, and he rushed towards his companion who exposed him. The companion was also extremely excited, kicking and yelling, "Get out! Stay away from me! It's all your fault, everything is done by you, you idiot! Now Fujita Cheng Yang is dead, and you still want to hurt us? Go to hell quickly!" Others also joined in, both to vent their fear and to break away from the horse-faced young man and prove it to Aoki. The horse-faced young man was no match for 4 hands with his 2 fists, and was knocked to the ground. He could only curl up and let others beat him. Suddenly, he grabbed his throat with both hands, his expression was painful, his face gradually turned purple, and soon his head tilted and there was no movement. After a while, the others noticed what had happened and stopped beating, breathing heavily, looking dazed and terrified. The horse-faced young man died. His neck was broken and he died of suffocation. Aoki couldn't help but look surprised. These people were all martial arts practitioners and had considerable strength. They had just made another fatal move. In the chaos, it was not impossible to accidentally break his neck. However, this is quite a coincidence. Seeing another corpse on the ground, Keisuke Akiyama was shocked and came to his senses. It's over. This time it's completely a big deal. The development of things far exceeded his expectations from the beginning. No, it exceeded everyone's expectations. I thought it would be junior brother Chinkun who would suffer. Unexpectedly, the result was completely the opposite. Tengzhao Chungyang probably never thought until his death that junior brother Chinkun's response would be so violent. At that last moment, I don't know if he regretted it. Keisuke Akiyama felt very complicated. A practical training actually led to such a tragic result. Their dojo is also to blame. In any case, we cannot let things continue to develop. Akiyama Keisuke took a deep breath and stepped forward. Junior brother, Fujita Shigeyu is dead. The culprit also paid with his life. Although other people are also at fault, their crimes are not worthy of death. Spare their lives. Aoki turned to look. Akiyama Keisuke subconsciously took a step back, and when he realized what he was doing, he looked a little embarrassed. Furthermore, Shigeyuki Fujita framed junior brother you first. If you kill him, you may still have room for change, but if you kill him again, there is really no way to turn back. Aoki didn't care about his reaction and said calmly, "Don't worry, senior brother, I didn't intend to kill them in the first place. I'm not a murderer. Fujita Shige died, and the culprits were accidentally killed by themselves. The remaining people will live in this shadow forever." For him, this ending was perfect. He doesn't mind killing people, and the number of people who died in his hands today has exceeded 3 digits. But they will never kill indiscriminately. As soon as Aoki finished speaking, the people next to him collapsed, and some even started sobbing silently. "Thank you, junior brother." Akiyama Keisuke breathed a sigh of relief. Aoki looked towards the dojo. "Brother, let's just say goodbye." It took Keisuke Akiyama 2 seconds to react. "Are you leaving now?" Aoki nodded. Fujita Shigeki and others are just a small problem. The magic cave of Yeji Society is the real super bomb. He had cleaned up Yeji Society, but the storm was not over. It could even be said that it had just begun. The next chain reaction could blow up the city. As the central figure in this storm, if he continues to stay here, countless troubles will inevitably come to his door. The combat system has been initially formed, the money has been obtained, and even the disappearance case that was originally hopeless has been solved. Although it's not quite what I imagined, the goal is still accomplished. In this case, why not just leave? Oh well, Akiyama Keisuke smiled bitterly. I won't keep you. He suddenly remembered something and said quickly, by the way, Miss Ganluji came to see you today, and I also asked her to inform you not to return to the dojo if she meets you. She's been looking for you all day today. Before you leave, go say hello to her. Quote. I see. Aoki nodded slightly. Thank you for taking care of me during this time, senior brother. I have prepared a small gift for you. Next, Aoki Dojo will definitely face some troubles, but he believes that the gifts he brings are enough to make up for all their losses. Gift. Keisuke Akiyama was stunned. Then, goodbye by chance, brother Keisuke. Aoki didn't explain, smiled slightly, and disappeared silently. Akiyama Keisuke stared blankly at the place where he was standing before, and sighed. Junior brother Amora is indeed not an ordinary person. Kick, kick, kick. There was a sound of rapid footsteps. Keisuke, is Amora back? The situation is like. Mizuno Kengo walked out of the dojo quickly. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and looked at the blood on the ground and the headless corpse in horror. Dead, dead, what happened, master? Keisuke Akiyama walked towards Kengo Mizuno. Kengo Mizuno took a deep breath and calmed down a little. Keisuke, what on earth is going on? Akiyama Keisuke briefly recounted what just happened. Mizuno Kengo's expression kept changing, and after listening, he was silent for a long time. Where's Chinkun? Junior brother Chinkun left immediately. Keisuke Akiyama said. Mizuno Kengo nodded slightly. This is good, it is the best choice for him and us. Keisuke Akiyama's expression was serious. Master, I'm afraid there will be some trouble in the aftermath of this matter. 2 police officers had their arms broken and 2 people died, one of whom was a descendant of the Fujita family. This was definitely a big deal. Especially since the murderer was a student of their dojo. Kengo Mizuno looked relaxed. Keisuke, actually I have always had an idea, and this is just an opportunity. Akiyama Keisuke had already guessed what he was going to say, and a touch of sadness appeared on his face. Master. Kengo Mizuno raised his hand to interrupt him. In recent days, I have been feeling increasingly weak in energy. If I continue like this, I may no longer be able to do my job as a dojo master. Keisuke, you have mastered the essence of Aoki Ryu. I plan to. At this point, he suddenly stopped. A burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the night sky and was approaching quickly. Someone is coming. Mizuno Kengo and Akiyama Keisuke both turned their heads to look. Soon, a shadow in court costumes rushed out of the darkness, threw himself into Mizuno Kengo's arms, and burst into tears. Dad. This cry was full of grievances, uneasiness, joy, and a bit of lingering fear. Mizuno Kengo was stunned. After a long time, he slowly raised his palm, but trembling, hanging above the girl's shoulder in his arms, and never dared to put it down. He was worried that he couldn't touch anything. He had had similar dreams countless times. Every time he wanted to touch his daughter, he would wake up. Even if it was a dream, he wanted to do it for a while. Akiyama Keisuke was also completely confused, staring blankly at the girl in his master's arms. Even if he couldn't see her face, even if she was wearing clothes he had never seen before, he still recognized her at a glance. This was the person he dreamed of every night. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes unconsciously, and Keisuke Akiyama's lips trembled, opening and closing several times before he said the name. Meow, meow, meow. Meowsy, is that you? The girl in court clothes raised her head, turned around and threw herself into Keisuke Akiyama's arms. Senior brother, woo, I finally see you again. After the girl escaped from his arms, Kengo Mizuno finally came to his senses. This is reality. This is not a dream. Meowsy is really back. Unconsciously, Kengo Mizuno was already in tears, and reached out to hug his daughter and disciple. The 3 hugged each other and cried bitterly. After an unknown amount of time, the crying gradually stopped, and Mizuno Kengo found that his daughter had fallen asleep. He picked up his daughter and walked towards the dojo. Keisuke Akiyama followed closely behind, unwilling to take his eyes off her for a second. As for the policeman with broken arms, the corpse and other people outside, they had long been forgotten by them. Back in the bedroom, Mizuno Kengo had just put his daughter on the bed when Mizuno Teiko woke up. She sat up suddenly and looked around in fear. "We're here. Don't be afraid, Teiko. You are back home." With the comfort of her father and brother, Mizuno Teiko gradually calmed down. Holding his daughter's hand, Mizuno Kengo asked, "Teiko, what happened? Where have you been during this time?" A trace of fear appeared in Mizuno Teiko's eyes, but then slowly dissipated, and she slowly recounted her experiences during this period. Mizuno Kengo and Akiyama Keisuke were furious after hearing this. Beasts. Worse than pigs and dogs. Those people deserve to die. It turns out that the murderer is not a ghost, but a human who commits crimes in the name of ghosts. Call the police. Let's go to the police now. Mizuno Kengo was also extremely angry, but a little calmer than Akiyama Keisuke. Those people can build such a large-scale magic cave in the city, it is definitely not solved by calling the police. Mizuno Teiko was calmer than the two at this time. "Dad, senior brother, you don't have to worry, the magic cave has been destroyed, otherwise I would not be able to escape." Destroyed. The two paused and asked about the details. Mizuno Teiko pursed her lips, and a strange color appeared in her eyes. "I don't know the specific process. Today, I deliberately delayed my study progress and was put in solitary confinement. Just when I was desperate, a person suddenly appeared in the cell. He asked me if my name was Mizuno Teiko, and asked me about the situation of the magic cave, and then left, saying that he would come to save me later. At first, I even suspected that it was just my illusion. Until an hour later, he really came back. When I walked out of the cell, I found that the magic cave was already a river of blood and all the guards were beheaded. He gathered all the victims together, said, 'You are free,' and then disappeared. I don't know who he is. I really want to thank him in person if I have the chance." Keisuke Akiyama sighed. Kengo Mizuno noticed a detail. "Teiko, you just said that he called your name. Could it be someone you have seen before?" Teiko Mizuno shook her head and explained, "He has a pair of very special golden vertical pupils. If I have seen it before, I will definitely remember it." Golden vertical pupils. Kengo Mizuno and Keisuke Akiyama said in unison. Mizuno Teiko asked curiously, "Dad, senior brother, have you ever seen someone with golden vertical pupils?" Akiyama Keisuke didn't bother to answer, and hurriedly asked, "Is the person you are talking about a tall, heroic and masculine black-haired young man with a yellow wine gourd hanging from his waist?" Mizuno Teiko recalled. He did have a gourd hanging from his waist. "It's really junior brother Amora," Akiyama Keisuke murmured. "Amora, junior brother." Mizuno Teiko's eyes widened slightly. For her, this sentence was a bit too informative. A while ago, a student came to the dojo. Mizuno Kengo briefly talked about Aoki's affairs, and he sighed in his heart. Before yesterday, his only impression of Amora was, a student with good talent, and this was because of Keisuke's recommendation. Unexpectedly, 2 days later, the fate of him, Aoki Dojo, and even the entire city has changed drastically because of Amora. Now think about it, it's really their luck that Amora joined their dojo. So this is the gift that junior brother Amora said. Akiyama Keisuke sighed. Gift. The father and daughter of Mizuno both showed curious eyes. Keisuke Akiyama explained. Before junior brother Amora left, he said he prepared a small gift for me. I didn't think much about it at the time. Now it seems that it should be referring to Teiko's matter. Kengo Mizuno said. A small gift. This is a favor of rebirth. Unfortunately, Amora has left. I don't know if we have the chance to repay him. Keisuke Akiyama sighed. Tomorrow, the whole of Azabu will be shaken by junior brother Amora. Hundreds of missing girls, the Fujita family and countless dignitaries, the death of hundreds of people, the evil den, each thing is a terrifying bomb, now detonated together, the whole of Azabu will be blown up. So this is the reason why junior brother Amora left overnight. In comparison, Fujita Chungyong's matter is not worth mentioning. Kengo Mizuno snorted coldly. Of course, this matter will never end like this. He can open such a large dojo, of course he is not an ordinary person. Although not as good as the Fujita family, he is also a real local snake. More importantly, the victims of this incident are not just their family. When they unite, even the Fujita family cannot bear their anger. Two flowers bloom, each with its own beauty. After Aoki bid farewell to Keisuke Akiyama, he arrived at the door of Mitsuri Kanroji's house after 2 space shuttles. In order to find the ghost, he walked around everywhere, so naturally he knew where Mitsuri Kanroji lived. Standing in front of the door, he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. Creak. The door suddenly opened, and the girl with cherry-colored pigtails appeared in sight. Miss Kanroji. Aoki smiled. Mr. Amora. Kanroji Mitsuri was surprised, then remembered something, quickly covered her mouth, glanced outside with her big eyes, grabbed Aoki's arm, pulled him into the yard, and closed the door heavily. The yard was quiet, and the 6 people looked at the two straight. A middle-aged man and woman, 4 children, if nothing unexpected happened, should be Kanroji Mitsuri's parents and younger brothers and sisters. Aoki greeted politely. Uncle, Aunt, my name is Amora, a friend of Miss Kanroji. Oh, you are Amora. The elegant middle-aged man looked at Aoki, smiled and nodded. Not bad, not bad. The gentle middle-aged woman took the children at hand, smiling. You guys chat, we will go back to the room first. In a blink of an eye, Aoki and Kanroji Mitsuri were the only ones left in the yard. Mitsuri Kanroji's face was flushed. Mr. Amora, your dojo's people asked me to inform you not to go back to the dojo yet. I already know. Aoki nodded slightly and said, Miss Kanroji, I'm here to say goodbye to you today. Say goodbye. Mitsuri Kanroji was stunned and seemed a little at a loss. Aoki said, I'm leaving here. Where is Mr. Amora going? Mitsuri Kanroji asked in a daze. I don't have a specific goal, I will travel around. Aoki said. His first stop is certain, but it will depend on the specific situation. After hesitating for a while, Aoki took out the black socks he had prepared. This is for you. Mitsuri Kanroji covered her mouth, and her disappointment turned into surprise. Mr. Amora, is this for me? A parting gift. Aoki smiled calmly. He didn't have any other ideas, he just thought the green socks were too ugly. Kanroji Mitsuri's face turned red again, but I didn't prepare a gift for Mr. Amora. No need, just be gentle next time we meet. Aoki smiled and waved his hand. Be gentle. Kanroji Mitsuri looked puzzled. Goodbye, Miss Kanroji. Aoki did not explain, waved his hand, jumped lightly, jumped onto the wall of Kanroji's house, and then disappeared into the night sky. Kanroji Mitsuri looked at the direction he disappeared, and after a while, turned around and walked into the house. The elegant man who was reading a book looked up. Where is Amora, Mitsuri? Kanroji Mitsuri held the socks in her hand, her expression excited. Mr. Amora came to say goodbye to me, and now he is gone. Looking at her jumping back, the elegant man looked at a loss. Why is she so happy to say goodbye? A faint milky white color appeared on the horizon, and then quickly spread to cover the sky. Until the red sun jumped up and completely dispelled the last darkness. Shinobu Kocho looked up. At the end of the road, a huge city was already in sight. Finally here, she breathed a sigh of relief. This mission was not originally her responsibility. But she was going to visit Aunt Takina and Rai, and she took it over as it was on the way. As soon as she entered the city, Shinobu Kocho felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. The air was filled with a restless atmosphere. No one was working on the street, and they gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss something, with expressions that were sometimes angry and sometimes happy. Most importantly, she would hear the word, ghost, from time to time. Is it possible that in this city, the ghost story is already known to everyone? Shinobu Kocho was curious and planned to find someone to ask. At this time, a girl came towards them, with a long cherry-colored braid that was very eye-catching. Shinobu Kocho stopped her and asked, Hello, what happened here? Mitsuri Kanroji was about to answer, but when she saw Shinobu Kocho's dress, she opened her eyes wide and blurted out. Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps? Do you know the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinobu Kocho showed a surprised expression. There are very few people in this world who know about demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. Could this girl have been in contact with the Demon Slayer Corps? I've heard about it from others. Mitsuri Kanroji looked a little excited. Come to my house, I'll tell you in detail. Okay. Shinobu Kocho also smiled. It's daytime now, and it's impossible to find a demon. It would save her a lot of effort to meet someone who knows about demons and the Demon Slayer Corps to help. What? There are no demons at all? Shinobu Kocho put down the cup and asked in astonishment. Mitsuri Kanroji also looked a little dazed. Yes, all the missing cases were done by the Fujita family and Fujita Steel Company. After a night, this matter was basically known to everyone. The serial disappearances had already made people panic, and now that the truth was revealed, it naturally caused an uproar. But for her, the most shocking thing was that it was Mr. Amora who destroyed the demon cave of the Night Princess Society. Amora, who is he? Kocho Shinobu murmured. Mr. Amora is a very powerful and gentle person. Mitsuri Kanroji said. He also told me about the Demon Slayer Corps. Do you know him? Kocho Shinobu looked up suddenly. Mitsuri Kanroji said. The dojo where Mr. Amora studied is not far from my home. Mr. Amora and I met by chance and became friends. Kocho Shinobu thought for a while and stood up. I'm going to go to the Night Princess Society you mentioned. Now it has been surrounded by the police. Mitsuri Kanroji reminded. It doesn't matter. Kocho Shinobu shook her head. Mr. Amora was definitely not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but his strength was very strong, and with the golden vertical pupils, she had some doubts that Mr. Amora might be a ghost. Of course, it is also incredible that ghosts can save people. But anyway, she planned to confirm it in person. According to the instructions of Kanroji Mitsuri, Kocho Shinobu quickly found the Night Princess Club, and there were indeed many police officers standing guard outside. However, this did not bother her. She easily passed through the police encirclement, entered the Night Princess Club, and found the real entrance. As soon as Kocho Shinobu came in, she was shocked. The blood on the ground had not dried up yet, and the ground, walls, and even the roof were splattered with blood everywhere. The strong smell of blood filled the nose, making people sick. As she continued to move forward, corpses appeared in her sight, and the whole scene was like hell. When she left, Kocho Shinobu's expression was very serious. She claimed to have seen many bloody scenes, but the scene in the Night Princess Club still gave her a strong impact. Of course, she did not forget her mission, but she did not find evidence that Mr. Amora was a ghost. There were many corpses in the Night Princess Club, but none of them had signs of being bitten. For humans, the Night Princess Club is hell, but for ghosts, it is heaven. Are there really ghosts who can restrain the urge to eat people in such an environment? Of course, it is also possible that the ghost took a few corpses away. Shinobu Kocho returned to Kanroji Mitsuri's house. Kanroji Mitsuri opened her eyes wide and asked, "How is it, Shinobu, did you find anything?" Shinobu Kocho shook her head. "Miss Kanroji, I want to know more about Mr. Amora." "Okay, what do you want to know?" Kanroji Mitsuri sat upright. "Mr. Amora, is there anything special?" Shinobu Kocho asked. Kanroji Mitsuri's pretty face flushed with shame, and her eyes sparkled. "Mr. Amora is very handsome." Shinobu Kocho barely controlled her expression. "I'm not asking this, but... For example, does he have any habits? What does he do during the day?" "Mr. Amora has a skin disease and cannot be exposed to sunlight, so he mostly practices in his room during the day," Kanroji Mitsuri said. "Can't be exposed to sunlight?" Shinobu Kocho was shocked, and her suspicion increased. "So, he never goes out during the day?" Mitsuri Kanroji looked at her strangely. "Of course not. It's just that Mr. Amora always wears a hat when he goes out during the day." "No." Shinobu Kocho was a little confused. "What kind of hat?" Mitsuri Kanroji gestured and said, "It's this big, black, and there's a circle of cloth around it to block the sunlight." Shinobu Kocho listened in a daze and sighed secretly. It seems that she is too sensitive. It can be exposed to the sun, so it must not be a ghost. Mitsuri Kanroji asked curiously, "Shao Shinobu, why are you so interested in Mr. Amora?" Shinobu Kocho didn't know how to answer for a moment. She couldn't just say that she suspected her friend was a ghost, right? Mitsuri Kanroji's eyes lit up. "Does Shao Shinobu want Mr. Amora to join the Demon Slayer Corps?" He. Mr. Amora is very powerful and can break rocks. Unfortunately, Shao Shinobu, you came a day late, and Mr. Amora has left. He is indeed very powerful." Shinobu Kocho quickly took the opportunity to change the subject. "Since the matter has been investigated clearly, I should leave too." "Wait a minute, Shao Shinobu. Mitsuri Kanroji hesitated for a long time and asked, "Can I join the Demon Slayer Corps?" "You want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? Why?" Shinobu Kocho was stunned. She had a general understanding of Mitsuri Kanroji's situation. "My parents are alive, my brothers are in harmony, and I live a very happy life. I have never even come into contact with demons before. Why do I want to join the Demon Slayer Corps? I also want to use my power to help others like Mr. Amora," Mitsuri Kanroji said seriously. Shinobu Kocho tactfully advised, "The work of the Demon Slayer Corps is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you may even lose your life." "I'm not afraid, I'm very powerful," Mitsuri Kanroji said, grabbing the edge of the table with one hand and lifting it up easily. Shinobu Kocho was about to say that demons were much more dangerous than she thought, but when she saw this scene, she was stunned. The north wind is biting, snowflakes are flying, and the world is completely white. A long-haired woman with bare feet stepped on the ice and snow, running for her life, looking back from time to time, her beautiful face full of fear. "Hee, you can't run away." A black shadow broke through the wind and snow and quickly approached the woman. Suddenly, her foot tripped on something, and the long-haired woman fell forward uncontrollably, her eyes filled with despair. At this moment, a hand suddenly appeared and held her shoulder, and then a calm male voice came from her ear. "Hello, how to get to Nation Spider Mountain?" The long-haired woman was shocked and subconsciously turned her head to look. The person who appeared in the field of vision was a black-haired young man who looked to be less than 20 years old. He was tall, heroic, and handsome, with a pair of golden vertical pupils that were particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, she came to her senses. "Ghost, the ghost is coming, run." The long-haired woman picked up the golden-eyed young man and was about to run away, but the golden-eyed young man did not move at all, and she was pulled back. "Ghost, are you talking about him?" Aoki asked. A monkey-like evil spirit with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks and extremely long arms walked out of the snow, looked at them with a gloomy expression, and shouted at Aoki, "This is my territory." "It's over." The long-haired woman took 2 steps back and fell onto the snow. "Don't worry, I'm not here to compete with you for territory." Aoki's figure suddenly disappeared. "Huh, where did you go?" The monkey ghost was startled, and then felt his vision begin to rise uncontrollably, and was quickly pulled back violently. Only when he saw the familiar headless body did he realize that he had been beheaded. "Asshole, you dare to attack me, I will definitely." The monkey ghost was full of anger and cursed loudly. Suddenly, he noticed Aoki's appearance, his cursing stopped abruptly, and his anger quickly turned into fear. Are you a defector? It seems that all the ghosts know me, and Ghost Dance Suji Muzan really pays enough attention to me," Aoki said. Along the way, every ghost he killed knew his name. No. Let me go. I don't want to die, you can't kill me." The monkey ghost struggled desperately, his headless body opened his hands, and rushed towards Aoki. If things in this world could be prevented from happening if you don't want them to, there wouldn't be so much pain. Aoki turned around and threw his arms, like throwing a sandbag, and smashed Monkey Ghost's head against his body. Monkey Ghost caught his head with both hands and took 2 steps back, but his face was full of surprise. "I actually threw my head back, ha, it's so stupid." Poof! A palm pierced Monkey Ghost's head, and his thoughts stopped abruptly. Aoki's eyes were calm and he gently highlighted 5 words. Aoki Ryu, storm, fists, elbows, legs, knees. In an instant, his whole body turned into deadly weapons, like a death storm, covering the Monkey Ghost. Fierce, violent, cruel and bloody. A few seconds later, the Monkey Ghost collapsed, his body in pieces, almost no longer human-like. The flesh and blood squirmed around the horrific wounds, but there was no sign of regeneration. Aoki stretched out his palm. Swallow. The Monkey Ghost's body, which completely lost the ability to resist, twisted and softened, and was swallowed by the invisible vortex on his palm. Kill a ghost and gain 28 experience points. Congratulations on your upgrade. There are actually 28 points, not bad. Aoki nodded with satisfaction. Although he had no power to fight back, this ghost was actually more powerful than the final boss hand ghost on Fujirai Mountain. Returning to the long-haired woman, Aoki asked, "Do you know how to get to Nation Spider Mountain?" The long-haired woman raised her hand tremblingly and pointed in a direction. Over there, it's about 10 kilometers from here. Thank you. Aoki nodded slightly towards her, turned around and walked into the snow. After a few seconds, the long-haired woman came back to her senses, quickly got up, and took 2 steps forward, but she didn't see anyone. She bit her lip, put her hands together in a trumpet shape, put them in front of her mouth, and took a deep breath. Thank you. Aoki paused and continued to move forward. I thought I wouldn't be able to level up before reaching Nation Spider Mountain. Unexpectedly, there were unexpected twists and turns. I found someone to ask for directions, and a ghost was also given as a gift, which was just enough experience. After looking at the system panel, Aoki added 2 free attribute points to physical fitness and agility. A wave of warmth appeared and disappeared quickly, leaving no trace, but the faint sense of oppression that had been with him for a long time disappeared without a trace. Name: Aoki. Strength: 13. Physique: 12. Intelligence: 13. Agility: 13. Occupation: Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality: Level: LV6 5/600. Skills: Ghost Blood 3, Space Travel, Transparent World, Not Learned Yet, Swallowing Ghosts. Free skill points: 1. The attributes are finally almost balanced. Aoki sighed. He could clearly feel that his physical condition was gradually getting closer to perfection. The combat effectiveness has been slightly improved. There is only 1 free skill point left, so you can only save it first. Level 4 Ghost Blood requires 3 skill points. If you cannot obtain missions with skill point rewards, you must reach level 8 to improve. If we can get rid of the Lei family of Nandagumo Mountain, we should be close. Aoki quickened his pace. Half an hour later, Aoki raised his hand to block the wind and snow, looking at the mountain in front. According to the instructions of the woman before, this is Nandagumo Mountain. Lower Moon 5. Aoki narrowed his eyes and climbed the stairs. After leaving Azabu, he was not in a hurry to move forward. He moved forward while looking for demons to devour, but his goal was always clear. It is Nandagumo Mountain, because Lei of the Lower Moon 5 is here. Last time, I could only barely escape under the siege of 2 lower moons. What will happen this time? Ding dong. Obtained the mission, the end of the lower moon. The end of the lower moon. The 12 Kazuki are the direct subordinates of Muzan Kibutsuji, and those who can be selected are all the best among the demons. Mission requirements: kill 3 lower moon demons 0/3. Mission rewards: 1200 experience points, 3 chi and blood pills. Chi and blood pills. Another interesting thing appeared. The sunshade hat and the ghost wine gourd, although they can't directly improve strength, are treasures worth 1,000 gold for him. 1200 experience points, simple and crude, but also rich enough. Aoki looked thoughtful. The task reward is very generous. However, it is not easy to complete this task. The biggest difficulty is not how strong the lower-ranked ghosts are, but how to find 3 lower-ranked ghosts. There are only 6 lower-ranked ghosts in total. Except for the 5th lower-ranked ghost, he knows nothing about the whereabouts of other lower-ranked ghosts. There is also the competitor of the Demon Slayer Corps. Compared to him, the intelligence ability of the Demon Slayer Corps is much stronger than that of him, a lone man. Fortunately, there is no time requirement for the task, so it can be carried out slowly. Anyway, whether there is this task or not, he will hunt ghosts and look for elite monsters such as the lower-ranked ghosts. The strong wind slapped the treetops, and the snowflakes danced with the wind. Crunch. Aoki walked on the rugged mountain road, but it was as smooth as walking on flat ground, leaving a long string of footprints in the snow. Wow! Next to the footprints, a piece of grass covered with snow shook slightly, and a monster with a human head and a spider body came out. It stared at Aoki's back faintly, its 8 legs were slightly bent, and it pounced forward. Aoki suddenly turned around and slapped him. Boom! The human-headed spider screamed, flew out, and hit a big tree heavily. After seeing clearly what was attacking him, Aoki couldn't help but frown. These human-headed spiders looked weird and scary, but he knew that they were originally humans, and they became like this because they were poisoned by ghosts. Crash! Suddenly, a large number of human-headed spiders came from all directions and surrounded Aoki. Aoki ignored them and looked up. A wooden house was suspended in the air by transparent silk threads. Hanging on the silk threads connected to the trees next to it were several people with shrunken bodies who were transforming into spiders. Click, click, click. A monster slowly climbed out of the suspended wooden house. It also had the head of a human and the body of a spider, but it was larger than an ordinary human being. There are a total of 5 ghosts in Nation Spider Mountain, namely Xiaxi and Wulei and the 4 ghosts pretending to be his family members. This spider ghost is Tired Brother. Also the culprit behind those human-headed spiders. Why is it a ghost? The spider ghost looked disappointed and opened his mouth. You. Aoki suddenly appeared above the spider ghost and stepped down. Bang bang bang. The spider thread broke, the wooden house collapsed, and the spider ghost was stepped on by Aoki and fell like a meteor. Boom. The spider ghost's body was severed from the middle, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and turned to look at Aoki, his expression suddenly horrified. You're a defector. The regeneration that can restrain ghosts, the one who can kill ghosts, the defector who is more terrifying than the Demon Slayer squad. Don't talk to me, you disgusting thing, your only value is to die quickly. Aoki frowned, raised his foot, and dropped it heavily. Poof. The spider ghost's head exploded, but his body did not hesitate and ran away frantically. The defectors are coming to Nation Spider Mountain. I have to get tired. You can only deal with him if you are tired. The air fluctuates, outlining Aoki's figure. The headless spider ghost didn't realize it and bumped into it. Aoki raised his feet. Boom. The spider ghost flew up. Aoki caught up, his palms flying, and the spider legs fell down. When the spider ghost fell to the ground, only one body was left. It's a little disgusting. Looking at the ghost on the ground, Aoki had the feeling of not wanting to kill for the first time, and the thought of swallowing this thing gave him goosebumps. Sighing, Aoki stretched out his palm. Now is not the time to be picky. The spider ghost's body began to twist and soften. At this moment, Aoki suddenly turned his head and looked in the other direction of the jungle. Ah! A plump female ghost with white clothes and white hair, who looked like a ghost with a layer of white powder all over her body, sat on the ground with a look of fear on her face. She quickly got up and ran away as fast as she could. Is that Tired, Mom? Aoki did not chase her immediately, but looked up at the sky. A black crow stood on the top of the tree, looking around curiously, looking harmless. Suddenly, their eyes met. The black crow's feathers exploded and almost fell from the treetop. Without hesitation, it flapped its wings and flew towards the sky. As the land and trees became smaller and smaller, it relaxed. There are actually ghosts here, and there are more than one. We must do it as soon as possible. The black crow suddenly opened his eyes. It felt a huge force restraining its body, and out of the corner of its eye, it saw what seemed to be a palm. Before it could figure it out, its vision turned dark and it found itself back on the ground. Is this the Demon Slayer's dark crow? Aoki looked at the crow in his hand with interest. The crow is the messenger for the Demon Slayer Corps to transmit information and communicate with each other. It has great wisdom. Each member of the Demon Slayer Corps has a crow partner. It's over, it's over. My life is at stake. How did he catch me? The black crow wailed in his heart. Aoki threw the crow upwards vigorously. Go! The black crow was stunned for a moment, then quickly flapped its wings and flew into the sky, but did not leave immediately. It looked at Aoki warily and suspiciously. What happened to this ghost? Why let it go? Its little head can no longer turn around. Aoki had no intention of explaining. Go ahead and call someone over. Those human-headed spiders should still be saved. The black crow glanced at him, no longer hesitated, flapped its wings, and flew away quickly. Things are so exciting today. It was just passing by here and saw a ghost fighting, so it took a curious look. Unexpectedly, this sight almost killed it. Defector. The black crow recalled the key information collected, used up all its energy to feed, and flapped its wings a little faster. The other side. The ghost mother ran as fast as she could, constantly recalling the scene of the spider ghost being killed and devoured in her mind. The rumors about the defector are true. He can really kill ghosts. Suddenly, she felt her legs getting cold, her body lost balance, and she fell forward uncontrollably. Boom! After rolling several times, she finally stopped, her body covered with snow, but the ghost mother didn't care about it at all. She looked back in horror, but she saw nothing. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a strange male voice came into her ears. In my hometown, there is an old saying that it is better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. The ghost mother's body stiffened and she turned her head slowly. On a stone in front, there was a figure sitting, with a pair of golden vertical pupils that were particularly eye-catching. Qingmu looked at the ghost mother calmly. But if you have already embarked on the wrong path and are living a particularly painful life, giving up is actually a good choice. What do you think? Should ghosts die? From a human perspective, most ghosts deserve to die. Eating people is an absolute taboo for humans. If he were a human, he would definitely agree to exterminate ghosts. But to some extent, ghosts are also very pitiful things. Not every ghost turns into a ghost on their own initiative. In the beginning, many ghosts were victims. Many ghosts will forget their memories of being human and turn into monsters with only a few obsessions such as eating people, becoming stronger, and staying alive. The ghost mother opened her mouth and suddenly felt a burst of darkness coming, and her consciousness slowly sank into it. Aoki style, funeral. Aoki's figure appeared beside him. All the previous things are written off, go with peace of mind. Ah, so peaceful. The ghost mother glanced at Aoki and slowly closed her eyes. Then let's end it like this. Funeral, a move created by combining Space Shuttle, is characterized by being swift and sharp, and ending the enemy silently. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.